myself. We are anchoring the program for today. It's my pleasure to welcome to the table by my left our National Secretary, Pastor N.C. Eke. Sir, take your seat. Pastor Matthew Emmanuel, please take your seat close to him. I also want to welcome to that table Brother Samuel Wangwe. Samuel, are you here? You are welcome, right on time. Also, I want to welcome to that table Brother Charles Nambu. Please take your seat there. I will appreciate this time. We are not sitting according to our voices. It is not soprano, tenor, alto, bass. It is a training program. So I will appreciate we sit together than leaving the seats empty. The closer we come, more easier for us to see what will be done. So please, I will appreciate those behind to come down as we start off the program. I believe you have the program with you now. The women right there, please come closer so that you see what is being done. If you sit beside, you may not see. These seats are for everybody. The major participants are not here. Okay. 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 Council members. Okay. The participants with you. I also want to recognize the members of the National Council of Choirmasters. All members of the National Council of Choirmasters who are here should also join in the seat here. We'll make more provisions as we proceed. Thank you. So with the program you have at hand, we want to commence as it is. Item number 1, opening. We are taking the opening hymn. I hope we are with our hymn book. We are singing from hymn number 92. That's the opening hymn for today's program. There's an organ there, and many organs there, except you want the organ to play itself. We call the hymn number 92 quickly. We have a lot to do and limited time too. Revive us again. We are taking the first and the last verses. We praise thee, O God, for the Son of thy love. All stand. Last verse. the opening prayer.
Ọkaka ka ebe aha gị nsọ n'aha ọkpara Jizọs Kraịst ofe ọnụ ọhịa ka na ga-ekele n'ihi mmeso ọma gị iji mesoro anyị wee chede ma ndụ anyị kpuchie ya n'ụbọchị nke taa bụ abalị nke 18 ụbọchị anyị maara nke ọma banyere ihe mmemme nke nkụzi ihe nke ga-aga n'ụbọchị nke taa. Anyị na-ekele gị onye pụrụ ihe niile onye na ọmụmụ ahụ ka anyị ga-eji na-ekpe ha nsọ gị ma ndị na-ezi ma ndị na-akwụ ụgwọ ma ndị na-ewere ọnọdụ n'ije ozi nke ha abụọ. Ụbọchị taa nwere nkụzi a ga-akụzi nye mmadụ niile. Anyị kelere gị n'ime ụbọchị taa wee dị ire narị ekele ezi omume mgbe maka ije ozi a gbaghara ama emepụta n'ebe ahụ nke ga-egbochi nnọnyere anyị ebe n'ụbọchị nke taa. Biko obi ojoro ya nọnyere anyị oge niile gaa nke ọma. Ezinụlọ na ịnweta hapụ n'azụ n'aka bụ ha dị ụmụnne ndị ọzọ ndị na-akụkọ ihe ọmụmụ a dịpụtakwa ha n'udo. Ọ ga-abụ mgbe a ga-eji ozi ndị a niile ka ebulie aha gị elu. Ebe ọzọ a ga-emekwa iji ozi dị otu a n'ụbọchị nke taa, anyị tikwa n'aka amara gị nakwa iji ozi ndị ọzọ eme ka ọkachasịa nke ọma. Ọ ga-abụ ikpe maazị dị ihe ndị a niile naanị aha ga adịrị otu ngozi abụrụ nke anyị. Ekele dịrị gị n'aha Jizọs Kraịst ọnụ ahịa. Amen.
Thank you very much. We now proceed in our program, still on item number 1. The last on that item number 1 is brief introduction of the training program and resource persons by the leader, introducing what we are here for and the people who are taking charge of what is to be done. It's my pleasure to invite our National Secretary, Pastor again, to take up this item. Thank you, sir.
Good morning.
Yes, sir.
What we are here for has been a long journey of the Council of Choirmasters for many years. To have a time that there will be opportunity to train our members in music so that there will be a succession from one generation to the other, so that we will always have music teachers in all our branches. Some of our branches have people who are handling the matter of songs, but they are not knowledgeable. So the Council of Choirmasters, which is the board invested with the music arm of the church, has brought up this program. We thank God that they get support to eat, but we have a lot of parents they get support to eat. So they have also very strongly supported the program we are here for today. We have committed the matter to God in prayer, and we believe in God that it will also succeed. We want to let you know that the church was divided into 13 zones. To the glory of God, 12 of those zones have had their own training successfully. And today is the last, which is the 13th program, holding in the national headquarters, Abba Zone. We thank God that we are all here. We want to let you know that the church is very interested in the issue of music. First of all, we know that through songs, a lot of exploits were achieved in the Bible. Instead of carrying gun, instead of carrying machete, people went to swords, and the power of grace gave victory. In many parts of the scriptures, we see this. We also see people who were in trouble, like Paul and Silas when they were in prison. Through praise, earthquake took place, and those who were stuck in the feet, in the hands, their chains fell off through praise. All this give us the indication that there is power in praise, power in praise. And that is why the church is interested in upgrading and upholding the business of music. We also find that the origin of Faith Tabernacle congregation has something to do with praise. How? Back many years ago, in 1890 something, a certain man called Alexander Garvey, an Australian, a medical doctor, as he tried his hands to have healing for a 12-year child. He did everything medically possible. He was a very intelligent doctor, and the sickness defied medical science. That child was not healed. And this man was aware of the word of God, which says that the prayer of faith shall heal the sick, shall heal the sick. The prayer of faith was applied, and that child was revived and got well. So Dr. Ellis Dowry, a Canadian, left his medical profession and became a preacher of divine healing. He opened a church in a place called Chicago. And in that place called Chicago, he also opened a branch where they call Zion City, where they started to teach and practice divine healing. Some two women came from Philadelphia and visited Zion City in Chicago, in America. And after they heard the message, they saw that it was the will of God, that God heals sicknesses and diseases. As those women were going back to Philadelphia, they sent one elder, White to go with them, since they are women. They started a small church in Somerset Street in Philadelphia, in America. As they met there, singing and praising God in the language that God understands, because God inhabits the praise of his people. As they were singing, a man who has been deaf all his life was passing through that evening. He has never heard anything before, but as he was passing through, he started to hear sound. He got nearer and nearer to where that sound was going. He came into that church in Somerset Street in Philadelphia, in America. As he came in, Elder Whitehead had his experience and told him that prayer will be offered and will be completely whole. Prayer was offered, and the man who was his name is John Wesley Atkins. John Wesley Atkins, an American. As prayer was offered and this man was healed, the church appointed him a janitor to be taking care of the surroundings of the church. I want to let you know that this John Wesley Atkins happened to be the first presiding elder of the Tabernacle Congregation in Philadelphia, America. This shows us that this ministry is actually anchored in divine healing, because we have also seen that many times, many of our branches, people who believe the word of God and are healed through prayer form the backbone of many of the Tabernacle branches, even here in Nigeria and elsewhere. So we see how singing music is linked to the origin of the Tabernacle congregation. So this is another reason why we hold on to the ministry of songs. For the time we shall be here briefly, by the grace of God, 6 topics will be treated. And the men that God will use to treat those 6 topics, I'm going to introduce them to you. One of them is Pastor Matthew Emmanuel, will be one of the source persons. Please greet the brethren.
Another who will be used today by the grace of God to talk to us some of the topics, also Brother Samuel of the great house. Good morning, brethren. We have another brother, Charles, who now be Papa. God will use him to talk to us on some of the topics. Good morning, brethren. Good morning. Myself and also the grace of God will grant me some of the topics where I am going to do.
You will be listening to topics that will teach us about the principles of instructional behavior, which is to say, how to teach music effectively. It will be taught today. We'll also listen to rudiments of music. There are many things inside music. The little time we have,
Are you with us,
use this to also give us the gist on the rudiments. There is also a way that you sing, and you are singing well. That is singing culture. By the grace of God, we will also hear that today. We will also hear about the choir, how the choir is a set of persons that are put together for the purpose of effectively anchoring hymns in every service. There may be a place where there is no choir, so rather than call choirmaster, we have people who are called song handlers. Such persons are also supposed to be part of this training, and I believe they are here so that they can see how effectively groups can be properly taught music. We will also be taught about discipline that is needed in the matter of singing. Choir has its discipline. Congregation has its discipline. By the grace of God, we shall hear them today. The issue of the keyboard, use of keyboard, there is a way that it is done and it is supposed to be proper. There's also improper way of the use of keyboard. By the grace of God today, we shall also be listening to a topic that will dwell on that. With this, I think I am done with the introduction. Moderator, please over to you. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much, our National Secretary. If you listen very attentively to his presentation, he gave a brief and wonderful history of the Church Faith Tabernacle congregation. And I think we need to listen to this more, especially our children. We need to know our roots. A seed that was sown in Chicago grew in Philadelphia. I picked that point very well. The first speaker, who is present?
I'm present.
Who was Before we move into the business of the day, it is not sorry about that. Proper, I think it is very, very necessary we know if the members who are supposed to be part of this program are here. If you can call it roll call, fine. But I think it is proper. Let us know the disputes that are meant to be represented in this program.
On some management from this week. Some numbers, if they are here, please stand up to be recognized. How this week? Thank you very much. Please well represented. Yes, I'm pleased to all the stations around me. These are Choirmasters, songwriters, both of them. Thank you very much. Are there other members who can this today? Are there other members from this week who are not Choirmasters, that is maybe they are choristers or who are interested in this program?
are here. Any other member from Amapu district? Oh, that's lovely. Thank you for coming. You can have your seats. Umuchima district is part of this program. Umuchima district, the choir masters, organists, song handlers. Umuchima district, please stand to be recognized. Since we are having just one person from Umuchima, is it only you, sir? No, choir masters and song handlers. Okay, you are welcome, sir. Are there other members from Umuchima district who are not choir masters and organists that are here? Stand up, let us recognize you. That's lovely. So I think maybe after this program, more choir masters and organists are coming up. Thank you, you can sit down. Please pardon me for recognizing differently. We want to know those who the program are meant for, particularly whether they are here before the others. Thank you, Muchima, for coming. Osusu Aba District, choir masters, organists, song handlers, stand up to be recognized. Osusu Aba District. That's lovely. Osusu Aba is well represented. Pastor Mati is standing for Osusu Aba. Thank you, you can sit down. It still looks like a film. Also other members, those who are not song handlers, masters and organists. We have two men from us, so thank you for coming. The host district, national headquarters, organists, choir masters, song handlers, national headquarters. Stand up to be recognized, please. Thank you very much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You can sit down. Other members from the national headquarters who are not among those first mentioned. Other members, maybe choristers or those who want to become choir masters and organists. Thank you very much, national headquarters, for coming. I'm sorry, the coordinators, I had to take this program to make sure that all those whom we are here for are here to partake of what we are here to do. Ihe district, yes. Ihe district, I did not mention that. Ihe district, choir masters, organists, and song handlers. Ihe district, please stand up. Let us know that we are all recognized and present. Ihe district, are they still on the way? Port Harcourt Road is now good. They are supposed to reach. Okay, Ihe is not here. Any other member from Ihe? Any other member from Ihe? Please, members of the council or the organizer of today's program, reach out to Ihe now. Let us know what is happening. They ought to be here. This is for all of us. I think it's time to move on to item number 3. The first paper, will anything to be shared, sir? Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Now, before the presentation, okay. Item number 3, presentations. The first paper to be presented. Please, some members of the national headquarters should come and help us to share this paper, particularly to the choir masters, organists, song handlers, only for now, except we have reserve. Also, don't forget the high table. For your own, yes. Your own papers. Okay. while the paper is being shared. We just give some few seconds the paper to be quickly shared. There should be an interlude here. This organ is looking at me. Don't know. I'm holding the microphone, except it will become your microphone. Okay. Please quickly, let's share the paper and then we'll commence the business of the day proper. I have mentioned that THA is not represented at all in this program. The coordinator of today's program, Brother Chimobi Ono, please, you need to find out what the problem is, whether they need assistance to come here immediately. Brother, promise, help us to give to the table. Okay. In addition to your ears and your eyes, I believe your jotter and your pen is with you, especially those that doesn't have the paper. Even if you have the paper, the presenter may go off from what is written to go deep. So he may make a very wonderful point that you need to jot down. So it's a learning process. Make sure your learning equipments are with you. At this point, I think the paper has been shared. Are we good, Brother Josiah? Because we need everybody to be seated, please, before we announce the first speaker. We are good. Okay. Oh, really? Over time. Okay. How many minutes? And I don't have minutes. In order to be in line and also meet up with our time, I would like to understand that the presentations, we have time given for each presenter or resource person. I just want to announce the timekeeper. The timekeeper. He told me there is a timekeeper. So it's my pleasure to let you know that our brother CC from Umuahia, who is also a member of the National Council of Choirmasters, will be in charge of the time to regulate for the resource persons. Brother CC, greet the brethren. It's my pleasure to welcome the National Secretary of Faith Tabernacle Congregation Nigeria, Pastor Nathaniel Chijioke Eke. He will now take up the first paper. You are welcome, sir. We have fun, sir.
Good day, class.
Yes.
Thank you very much, sir. We are here to talk to you on the principles of instructional delivery. What this topic means simply is how to teach. But we are going to concentrate on how to teach music, and we are going to concentrate more on how to teach music in Faith Tabernacle Congregation. Second, how to prepare for effective teaching is part of what we are going to learn now. And we want all of us to pay attention because we intend that what we are learning now is like a training program for the trainers that we go home and train other people. As you can see, not everybody in the choir is here. It is only few persons. Those persons, if they get the knowledge, God will help them to move with the knowledge down the line and teach other people. First, we are going to look at is the qualities of a good music teacher. A good music teacher must be one who loves to teach others. Without teaching other people, knowledge will die with the one that has that knowledge. If you have knowledge, you will do well to teach to other people so that that knowledge can continue. Many people who have a lot of knowledge in their head, if they do not transfer it to anybody and death comes, and death can come anytime, such persons
majority so I'm going because of the time.
Okay, I'm told to be mixing it small English, small Igbo. I'll be doing that by the grace of God. So ihe anyị na-ekwu bụ na ihe anyị bịara taa bụ ihe ọmụmụ nke ga-enyere anyị aka ka anyị bụrụ ndị ga-ekụziri ndị ọzọ ihe banyere abụ. Ọzọ ya bụ na onye ọbụla ga-abụ onye nkụzi abụ ga-abụ onye hụrụ abụ n'anya, bụrụkwa onye hụrụ ịkụziri mmadụ ihe n'anya. Ọ dị mma ka anyị bụrụ ndị nwere mmasị ịkụziri ndị ọzọ ihe banyere abụ, dịka Chineke mere ka anyị mụta, na Chineke ga-emekwa ka anyị mụta taa, ka anyị nwee obi ụtọ n'ịkụziri ya ndị ọzọ. N'ihi ọ bụrụ na ya emeghị otu ahụ, over time, the knowledge of singing will die and there will be no continuity. For that reason, let us look at our hymn number 33. We'll look at the verse 3. Hymn number 33, the verse 3. Let us see what that hymn says. Hymn number 33, the verse 3. Somebody can give us the key. Just give the key on the board, on the keyboard, and that's it. Hymn number 33, we shall look at the verse 3. It says, our fathers are passing so swiftly away. Make us wise and holy and earnest, we pray, that when they are gone, we may enter the light and battle for Jesus, and battle for truth, and battle for right. Which means, even as we are all people who are living now, little by little, some who were living are no more living. Some of us who are today living, if the Lord tarries, will not be living. And what will make music to continue is that those who are now living are passing it on to others. Those others will pass it on to others, so that when those who are before are passing away, we who are the children who are coming behind will move in. Let everybody join us to sing the verse 3 of that hymn. It's an interesting one on what we are saying. We will sing.
So sweetly away, they calls wise and holy, and as we pray, God's great love, we lift our voice and battle for Jesus, for truth and for right. praises, oh Jesus, our King. With God shout our voices in melody. All day we will sing, to thee we will pray, to thee we will offer us
We can see that of the very important things we will achieve today by the grace of God is to transfer knowledge so that even while our fathers are still there, we are with them. And if they are gone, we will take over and continue to fight for the right, and continue to fight for the truth, and continue to fight for the kingdom. You can only teach what you know. Hence, music teachers must devote time to study what to teach. If you must be a good music teacher, you must bring out time, study the music very well, learn it very well, so that when you come to teach, you will teach as Paul advised Timothy. He said, study to be an approved workman who will not be ashamed, who will not be ashamed. So that somebody who is teaching with confidence what you know, there's nothing to be ashamed, there's nothing to be shy, nothing to be afraid, because you are sure of what you are saying. So even as it applies to the Bible, it also applies to music. Music teachers should be sure of what they're teaching. The teacher should strive to know the level of the group he is to teach. Any group you are to teach, whether congregation or choir, you should know their level. Even as we are teaching now, somebody come and whisper to me, you can be putting Igbo some of the time, because there may be some people who do not understand if you continue only in English. So that is part of teaching. As you are teaching a group, you may know whether some of the time you have to branch into their local language. If it's Igbo, if it's Efik, or whatever, you go down to where they will understand you. That is part of good teaching quality. Gradually take them through a process of what you want them to learn, not take it too much at a time. That means when you are teaching, even as you are teaching music to people, make sure that as much as possible, you don't go too fast. Go gradually. You can start from beginning, go a little, come back, go a little, and make sure that you are carrying everybody along. Then hymn teaching should be taken up in sections. The meaning of the lyrics, the rhythm, the general knowledge of the lead part, the parts, the performance instructions, and so on. So if you come to teach a particular piece to a group of people, there is a system you should go. Here, it is telling you, there is a part that is called the lead part. The lead part is the soprano part. So let everybody sing a soprano first. Don't mind that we are alto, tenor, soprano, bass. No matter. Everybody sings soprano. Why do you have to do it? There can be a case where you are in service, like the hymn we just read that now. Hymn number 33. If I don't know the soprano part, it's difficult for me to tune the hymn. But if I know the soprano part, that is the big part, I can now use soprano and start it. That's why conductors of music, teachers of music, when you come to any French hymn you want to teach, say everybody sing soprano. Everybody, soprano to bass, sing soprano. So that everybody will have, even if it's a slight idea of the lead part, the lead part. From there, you now branch into the various parts. As you are handling the parts, don't make dwell too long on one side and the other people are staying idle, watching you. A little here, a little there, a little to the alto, a little to the soprano. As you are moving around this way, everybody will be involved. It also is reminding us that we should be a facilitator, helping every individual to understand how to perform the required tasks. Sometimes there are hymns that have solo, duet is for 2 people, triad 3 people, quartet 4 people. If you have such a part, the composer, the author of that hymn has an attention that there's a particular message he wants to give to the congregation. That particular message, he wants it to be given by a few persons so that it can come out more pronounced. In that case, help those people whom you have appointed to sing the soprano, to sing the alto, to sing the tenor, to sing the bass. Help them individually so that when they come to present, they will present well. It will not be good that you have done your practice when you come to church. The person who is coming to present will sing off key. The person will be shouting. The person will mumble some words and not call it clearly. All these are things that should be taken care of by the music teacher. Do not try to explain what you do not know or have limited knowledge of. This means that whatever you don't understand, don't start to explain it. Tell them, by the grace of God, next training session, next choir practice, next song practice, I will explain it to you. You use that time and do consultation. Ask people, this thing I don't understand it. Certain things that you do, even the words of the hymn, you may not understand the words of the hymn. During the study, you agree before you are teaching. Understand the lyrics, the words of the music you are going to teach, so that by the time you come to teach, you will explain to people, this is the meaning of this is the meaning. There's a hymn that we used to have in Faith Tabernacle in time past. Have you counted the cost? That hymn is talking about a drunkard. A drunkard. How are you going to drink wine that is intoxicating? And as you drink that intoxicating drink, it will cost you your life, it will cost you your health, it will cost you your blessing. Will you drink it, my God? Some people who didn't understand the lyrics of this music were using it for communion. So each time you will hear, some people will say, so that hymn is saying, this thing that is in a cup, foaming and showing you a glittering color, is talking about intoxicating drink. You should not drink it. It will cost you your life. It will cost you your peace. All these things. Then he says, at so great a cost, will you drink it? The answer is no. The answer is what? No. But if you use it in a communal sense, it means that you want people to drink intoxicating drinks. This is lack of knowledge. So at that time, the Choirmasters Council decided that if they include it in this our FTA, some people may still go and fish it out and use it for communion. So the idea was to drop it totally. So why did I mention this? When you come to teach me, some of the things that are written are poetic. Some of the things are clear, but you need the Spirit of God to understand exactly what it is saying. When you are studying, pray for God to give you insight. So when you now come to teach, you tell your people, this thing that you are going to learn is talking about this, is talking about that. We go on, he says, we should pay attention to the psychology of the learners, especially in your use of words. Dịka ị na-akọwara ndị mmadụ ihe mgbe ị na-ekụziri ha abụ, ị ga na-enye ha anya n'ihu, mara mgbe ha na-aghọta, mara mgbe ha na-anaghị aghọta, mara onye na-ele anya etu o si na-eme. Mgbe ụfọdụ gị gakwuje onye ahụ, ọ dị ka ị na-aghọta ihe m na-ekụziri gị, ọ dị ka ihe ahụ kwuru ebe a doo gị anya, ọ dị ka ihe a na-ekwu ebe a doo gị anya. Mgbe ị na-eme otu anyị, ị ga na-eji mmadụ niile na-agakọ n'otu. All part of how to teach. Not when you are teaching, you just you pour and go out. That will be wrong. Try to make sure you are watching the psychology of those you are teaching. Have a pleasurable atmosphere, sometimes introducing humor. When people come together to learn here, they need to have a free mind. Nobody should be afraid of the other. To come to a choir and somebody is thinking, onye abu witch, onye abu amusu, onye abu nka, onye ane agwonsi, onye mkwe ya n'aka aram n'ahụ. If I shake this man, I will have problem. All these are situations that cause people to be uncomfortable, and it's not good for singing. So take grace from God to make sure that you have a pleasurable atmosphere. If there is anybody whose life is suspicious in your choir, please take up the matter with the pastor and address the matter, so that you do not leave anybody in the choir whose life is suspicious, and it creates a problem for other people. When they come, their mind is hanging up. If the person comes near them, they shift. The person comes near, they shift again. That is a wrong atmosphere for learning of songs. Everybody's mind should be at rest. Then, if the person is this, that's why we say take it to the pastor. The pastor will address the matter, and if it is found that that person is guiltless, you come to the choir and let them know. Some people are pointing at this sister or this brother that you did this or you did that. It's not so. We have looked into the matter and investigated the matter, no problem, so that everybody's mind will be free. Management of the learning environment. The instructor should always be in time, even before learners. Just as today, some of the people came late. That is also how it happens from time to time. The instruction which we should learn today, as a choir master, as a song handler, as an organist, always be in time. Don't go late. Be in time before the thing is starting. You can arrange the seating arrangement very well. Make sure that everybody is sitting where they should sit. You should ensure that there is orderliness. You should also make sure that while you are teaching, you are not just at one point. You can also be moving around in order to make sure that you are carrying everybody along. Achieve discipline in a humanitarian manner. Many years ago, I was in a choir and the conductor was holding the staff, which he used to be knocking. Then, if somebody makes a mistake, that stick is using to be knocking the rhythm of the head. He uses it and hit the person at the head. Bam! Such a thing should not be done by any choir master. Don't use corporal punishment to handle any matter. Use humanitarian approach. That is to say, if somebody has a problem, meet the person one-on-one, talk to the person. Kedu ihe mere ji na-abịakarị late? Abụ ahụ gosiri gị, echere m na m amụtala ya otu isi dewe ọnụ gụọ ya, ọ bụghị ihe m kwuru. Nwayọọ, little by little, you get the person to understand. Don't be harsh with your choristers. That is what here is teaching us. Use praise and recognition of good conduct or performance to elicit motivation, which means when somebody sings well, you should be able to say, brothers and sisters, this solo by this sister, it was wonderful. It was good. Yes, that's what I'm telling you people. You can even come to a song practice and tell them, you see, that's a solo that was rendered last Sunday. You are on a Friday or Thursday. So that solo that was rendered on Sunday, in fact, it was wonderful. I saw that this sister was just on time. The timing was good. The diction was good. The voice was good. She was opening her mouth and closing it as she should, and so on and so forth. You praise that sister. You praise that brother. It will encourage the other people to also do well. Not every time you are finding fault. Why are you doing this? Why are you doing that? No, don't do like that. He goes on to say, evaluate the performance of the learners to know how effective the teaching methods are and to ensure that learners are achieving the intended results. From time to time, as you teach, some of the time in teaching music, you have to sing it yourself. Sing and tell them to sing back. As you're singing back, you listen very well. You move from one point to the other to make sure that everybody is gathering it. Some parts may be doing well. Some other parts are not doing well. It is while you are moving around, you are seeing the parts that are not doing well. You correct them in love. You correct them in love. Don't correct shouting or being annoyed. We have the blessing in Faith Tabernacle. Many of our choirmasters are very humble, very calm, and they are teaching very well. But once in a while, we see people who are harsh, who are shouting, who are behaving not so well. The pastor brought a report of how he, from his seat, he saw that the choirmaster was teaching something wrong. He started to correct the choirmaster. The choirmaster took offense and said, why are you correcting me? You are the pastor, I'm the choirmaster, now in charge. The choirmaster should not say something like that. We also blame the pastor. The pastor should not have raised that correction right at the spot. It's better to call the choirmaster aside and try to teach, to correct that choirmaster silently. Don't raise an objection when somebody is teaching. That's a wrong approach. Dress hygienically, dress hygiene should be maintained. Here is telling us about how we should dress, important aspects of decency and personal hygiene. We should take grace from God to make sure we dress well as teachers, as song handlers, as organists. We should dress well. Once we come to the things of God, we should magnify God the way we dress. If one way or the other you went for one business or market, as you are coming back, you know you have a quiet practice, make sure you have a provision to immediately change and be in order as you come into the house of God, as you handle the things of God. Then you should make sure that your dress is also clean. As a music teacher, if you are wearing a dirty dress, whether inner wear or outer wear, as you move around within the choir, you can be polluting the air, and people will be making their nose like this because the choir master himself has a body odor, is smelling. It's not good. What you should do is to make sure you handle yourself well, clean everything. It's not that you must wear suit every time. No, you can wear something simple, but make sure that it is clean, always clean. There are a lot of areas, the armpits, the neck, inside, and so on, which are dirty parts of the body, which accumulate dirt, and they cause bad odor. Make sure you clean them as you go. Oral hygiene is also important. To clean your mouth well, clean your teeth well. There is what is called tongue scrapers. Some people use as tongue scrapers chewing stick. Apple, side, they sharp, give them possi they possi ihe ahụ na-anọrọ n'elu ire mmadụ site na ihe oriri iri ọ nọ awa ole na ole ya eshiri ishi mgbe choirmaster bidoro ikwu okwu maọbụ ịkụzi ihe ọnụ ya na-eshi ishi ndị ọ na-ekụziri ihe nwere ike na-achọ ebe ha ga-edowe ihe o kwesịghị ịdị otu ahụ. The choirmaster, the song handler, the conductor should clean yourself very well, clean your mouth very well, clean your teeth, clean your tongue, clean your hands, wash some boots. If you take it up like this, all areas will be black and dirty because the handlers of the book are not washing their hands often. Don't carry dirty hands, you carry your hand book. Each time you see you have done something dirty, wash your hands clean so that also your hand book can also be clean. Are we understanding? Okay. Maintain fingernail and toenail hygienically, which means your fingernails, your toenails should be clean. Sometimes you come to a place to teach. You don't know that some people are looking at your leg and looking at how your toe is full of dirty. Some people, you may be a mechanic, you may be a welder, and there are grits of oil that has gone into your toenails, gone into your fingernails. It will be black. When you are teaching them, some children will be looking at that black part of your nail or the black part of your toenail. You will know that you have diverted their attention. If you are wearing your clothes, patches, all over the body, clean it, don't let it and come and be teaching. Because some of the people will be looking where their eye and attention is, wherever the body are wigging. Maintain ear hygiene. From time to time, clean your ear. Make sure that everywhere is clean so that you can also hear very well. Maintain your hair and hair cover hygiene. Women should be very careful about this. Make sure that you are washing your hair from time to time. Make sure it is clean. If you are sitting and somebody is sitting behind you and your hair is dirty or the hair tie is dirty, odor will be choking the person who is behind you, and it's not allowed in music. Because in music, you are breathing. The main instrument of music is the breathing. Now, if you pollute the air, that person will be choked. To breathe will be difficult. The person will be making the hair like this because of your dirty hair. Because of your dirty hair, please take time to make sure you wash it and make it clean. Also, it has to do with the bird some of the time. Thank you, my dear. Do I have so much time? Okay, thank you. So the bed, if you leave your bed and it becomes dirty, it may be smelling also. So from time to time, we encourage people to do clean shaving. shave and be clean like a gentleman. So whether you are a choir conductor or you are a singer, the people, many places in our congregations, there was a time when the choir is backing the congregation. The Choirmasters Council said, no, everybody should be seeing the face of the choir should be seeing the face of the singers. Why? Because when you are presenting any piece of song, any music, the people are enjoying the sound, they are also enjoying your facial expression, your facial expression. They want to see how your face is when you are singing. And if your face is looking dim, your face is expressionless, it's not saying you are happy, it's not saying you are sad, that is not right. Your face should be shining, should be cheery in a way that when people are looking at you, they themselves also are cheered, looking at the choir singing. Before you know it, everybody is smiling because the choir is smiling. But when the choir is singing and people are frowning their faces, the feet and the shoes should also be hygienic. What are we saying? Some people, if you are coming through a bush area, as you are coming to choir practice or to song practice or to church, there may be a problem and you stepped on one of those dirty things like sheets and you are carrying it on your leg. As you come close to the church, find water and go and wash off the dirty thing on your feet. Don't carry it and come in. Because once you carry it and come in, everywhere will be smelling. The air will be polluted. People will not be comfortable anymore just because of your leg that is carrying one wahala on your leg. I think you understand what I'm saying. I don't need to go there. Are we understanding? Okay, in this short time that we are left, are there people who have questions so that we can handle the questions right away? Are there any questions? If you have no questions, I'll just ask one question. Okay, you have a question? Okay, go ahead.
Why is it that some of the song handlers don't start songs very well? Especially myself.
You mean tuning the song?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. First of all, natural tuning of song is not something that is easy. That is actually the main reason that the keyboard is acquired. Every music has a key to it. And that key can be easily achieved through the keyboard. So we often advise, if you are a song handler or a choir master, even if you cannot play music very well, learn a little. Even what they will teach us today, they help you to know how to strike the key. If a hymn is in key G, this is what it means. If it's in key A, this is how you do it. If it's in key this is what you do. So that you can at least strike the keyboard and tell them this is the right key. With the right key given from the instrument, you are covered because the instrument will not deceive you. But when it comes to tuning with natural voice, it's something that goes with experience. But the thing is that you must know the lead part. If you know the lead part, you can introduce a hymn, you can tune a hymn, but if you are familiar with the lead part, the deviation may be little, especially as you grow in experience. But for somebody like you, I know you've been a choir master for long. I don't know how come that even at this time you're not key. So what is the congregation going to do? Okay, thank God. We have our chapter 2, and the chapter 2 will be able to dwell more on this. So when that lesson comes, you will pick it. Any other question? Any other question? Okay, thank you very much. Let me just ask this one. Why is it that we have said that a choir master or a choir conductor or a music teacher should not stand in one place while he is teaching? Why? If you know the answer, raise your hand. It should be moving around, moving around. Why? Why should it be so? Hey, brother.
He might be doing that just to carry everybody along.
Okay, moving around will help
To carry everybody along.
very good. That's the answer. So if the person is planted only in one place, not moving around, they may not be able to serve some of that area. I want to say thank you very much for the opportunity to talk to you on this first topic. By the grace of God, unanswered questions you have in your hands, the subsequent lectures we treat. Ụmụnna ndewo.
Ndewo, thank you very much, our National Secretary Pastor NCAK. According to the program item number 2, he has just presented the first paper, Basic Principles of Instructional Delivery. He had used 40 minutes, very adequate. The pastor pụtara were mkpịsị eji dee gawa na bọọdụ. Amara m na obi mapụrụ ụfọdụ ndị mmadụ. Ọtụtụ arọ ugbu a edesochara ihe na bọọdụ. Ndị kwa ihe ọbịa ji idere anyị ugbu a ka ọ bịa sị anyị chọwa S na Y. Ọ bụghị ya. And I really thank God that he did marvelously well. As noted also, when we started, there was a district that was not here. I believe they are here now. Ihe district, you were mentioned, nobody to represent. Stand up if you are here from Ihe district. One person also. Thank you very much for coming. Thank you for coming. We still expect we have more from Ihe. Please extend our message to them. We're not happy about that. We now move into the paper 2, presentation of the paper 2. That is the rudiments of music. Rudiments of music. Those days we were in school. They will say, Junior, come and clean the board. And it's how we know that Junior is a very short ear. She'll be struggling to clean the board. So let us go to clean the board. Because we are done with this paper 1. Maybe the presenter may write something else. Charles Ogoji is cleaning the board. Chinere, don't mind. At this point, I'm welcoming Pastor Matthew C. Emmanuel to present the second paper, Rudiments of Music. You are welcome, sir.
Good morning, class. Good morning, class.
Good morning, sir.
You are my students. Okay. We thank God for the first presentation. We thank God for the things we have learned, and the more we are yet. Before we start this paper 2, let's just take a short hymn 119. Thank you. Hymn 179, Holy Spirit, faithful guide, ever near the Christian side. I go the first and the second verses. We rise to sing. I did not change.
Holy Spirit, faithful God, Christian side,
Rudiments. During the time we have, God will help us to deal on this topic. Let me ask us a question. What is music? If you know what music is, please get up and answer. What is music? Music of Ogene. Yes.
Music maọbụ abụ bụ ukwe ihe ahaziri nke ọma ego ya na-enye obi na ntị ọnọdụ dị mma ọ bụ nke dị ọzọ ya bụ music maọbụ ukwe.
Arranged sound that is pleasant to the ear. I think he got it. Music is an arranged, organized sound that is pleasant to the ear. Let me a question. The sound of this fan, is it music? Why? It's not pleasant to the ear. It's not organized. But the horn of a vehicle, is it music? Is it music? Somebody said no. The horn, is it music? Note that not all sounds are music. Some is noise, some music. So music is sound that is pleasant to the ear. So I want to say that the horn of a vehicle, when it blows 2 times, ping, 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 it's music, it's arranged because you can count how many times it rang. Eh? Are we understanding what you are saying? This is music. This is noise. Are we following? So when a sound is not organized, it is called noise. It is called noise. The rudiments of music. There are components in music that makes it what it is. There are components in music that makes music what it is. Number one is the pitch. The pitch. P-I-T-C-H. Pitch. There are 4 of them. The pitch can be referred as the height and depth of a sound. Holy Spirit, faithful Lord. This is low pitch. Holy Spirit. High pitch. That is what we mean by the height and depth of sound. Another one is breathing. Rhythm is the recurring sound that alternates between strong and weak beats. Simply put, it is the regularly repeated movement in music. If we ring a bell now, bang, if you listen very well, you will hear some recurring sound. Bang, bang, am I right? Those recurring sound, we call it the rhythm. So those recurring sound make music to be pleasant to the ear because they go with time. No one comes faster than the other. Are we following? Are we following? In the base, are we following? Okay. The other one is intensity. Intensity has to do with the energy we employ to produce a sound. The energy we employ to produce a sound. And the more the intensity of a sound, the richer it becomes. If you want to make a sound that is rich, you need to employ enough energy. It's different from there's no energy in this second one. But the first one, enough energy is employed. Are we following? So this is what we mean by intensity. You don't come to sing without it. You need eat. You eat well. Like some of us, we eat fufu. Pastor Praise will understand what I mean. But Sisi may not understand. Those of us who eat fufu, apple, when you eat apple, you eat and you are satisfied. And you want to sing, even if they say let us sing from morning till evening, you have enough energy, but don't overfeed yourself. The man on discipline will tell us how to eat. The other one is timbre. This has to do with the quality of a sound independent of its pitch and volume. It is a unique coloring which distinguishes one person's voice quality from another. My voice quality is different from your own voice quality. There are people who have very tiny voice quality. There are some whose voice quality is very thick. So when the thick one comes, the tiny one comes, put together, it will make music pleasant to the ear. Are we following? Is somebody sleeping in my class? Okay, I thought you are sleeping. Okay. Nobody should sleep. If you want to sleep, raise up your hand. If you know you want to sleep, just tell me, raise up your hand. We will help you. Okay. We are moving on to music notations. There are two common notations in music. One is the staff notation, and the other one is the solfa notation. Solfa. Let me ask this question. How many of us here are knowledgeable when it comes to staff notation? Staff notation. My name and staff. Very well. That's good. That's good. Ndị na-amaghị staff mma tonic sulfur. Very well. Raise up your hand. Tonic sulfur. Few hands pa. Ndị na-amaghị staff. Ha amaghị tonic sulfur. Raise up your hand. Okay. God help you today. If not, both of them, at least you will know why. In Jesus' name. Amen. But don't sleep. Don't sleep in my class. Eh? Okay. The staff notation in Western musical notation, the US call it staff. UK call it stave. Whichever one, they are all acceptable. Yes, it is either staff or the stave. It's a set of 5 horizontal lines and four words. Five horizontal lines and 4 spaces. If you are counting these 5 lines, you don't count from top. That is line 1, line 2, line 3, line 4, line 5. You count from the bottom. Are we following? This is line 1, this is line 2, line 3, line 4, line 5. If you are counting the spaces, this is space number 1, space 2, space 3, space 4. Are we following? We also have what we call clef sign. A clef is a symbol that is placed at the beginning of a staff to give permanent identity to the lines and spaces of the staff. There are basically 2 major clef signs, namely the treble clef and the bass. What we mean is that at the beginning of this set of 5 lines and 4 voices, there is a sign that will appear here for you to know each part that has the music notes that are written on this staff. Are we together? And we say we have 2 major clef signs, the treble clef and the bass clef. This is treble clef. Wherever you see this sign, it is treble clef or what? Treble clef or G clef. It is called G clef because this hook here is resting on the second line, and that second line is G. But don't ask me why is it G. You will know it as we progress. This treble clef is telling us that this clef that is here will give a permanent identity that the notes written on the staff on this clef is for soprano and some people make the mistake to say they sing treble. How can you sing treble? Treble is soprano and alto. You can either sing soprano or you sing alto. So if you are one of those who sing treble, please from today don't sing treble. What you sing is soprano or alto. Are we together? Okay. These treble clef lines and spaces are named after the first 7 letters. Okay, let's treat the bass clef first. This sign indicates that tenor and bass has whatever note that is written on the staff. Are we together? while this is for soprano and alto. Good. Now, in music, especially when it comes to staff notation will not give you do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti, do. What you have is A, B, C, D, E, F, G. The first 7 letters of the English alphabet. That is what you have. Now, treble clef lines and spaces begin with letter E and ascend to letter Bro Koji. Is this the duster you used? The one Chinyere would have used. Okay. So listen to what we just explained. Treble clef. First line is letter what? E. The last line is letter F. Now, after E, what do you have? If you are reading the English alphabet, A, B, C, D, E. After E is what? F. The first space will now be F. The second line will be what? Have you seen why treble clef is called G clef? Because this hook is resting on the second line, which is G. After G, what do you have? A or H? Eh? Is A. Remember I told you that what we have in music is letter A to what? G. After G, you go back to A. So the second space is A, B, C, D, E, and F. There's no magic. Now, notes meant for female voices, like we said earlier, soprano and alto, are usually written on the treble clef because of their high pitch. And for easy memorization of these letters, because you will not find any textbook where it is written, this line is E, this line is F. It's assumed that a good choirmaster and organist would be able to identify them very easily. So for easy memorization, we have mnemonics. For E, every, good, boy, deserves what? Or eat Gary before drinking what? Fanta. Eat Gary before drinking. Do you drink Fanta before eating Gary? Unless you want to. In drinking Fanta. In music, there is harm. In music, there is harm. So when it comes to music, you don't drink Fanta before eating Gary. Pastor Prince wants to know if Gary said maybe he tried it this morning. So what we are saying is, because then there will be no textbook, you won't find any textbook where they will write E, F, G, A, B, C, D, E, F. So you need to memorize it. When you find a note on the third line, you'll be able to remember. Third line is every good boy. Okay, B, Eh? Eat Gary before drinking Fanta. Okay, F is the last line. Are we following? Are we following? Now, for the spaces, we have F, A, C, E. Do we need? Okay, somebody is complaining that the board is far. Should we bring it closer? Huh? It's in the interest of the big men at the high table. It's okay. Okay, the bass clef. Let's discuss the bass clef now. You want to take notes? For bass clef, this is what we have. The first line of bass clef is not E. Treble clef is E. But bass clef is G. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, A. Are we together? Now, the mnemonics. Good boy, deserves favor. Always. For the spaces, we have A, C, E, G. A common one is all cows eat grass. But there's another one. African children eat what? Gari. African children eat gari. That's why we are Africans. We eat gari well. Now, there's an important thing we want to explain now. We have called staff. The grand staff is when the treble and the bass clef come together. It's a complete staff. The four parts are there represented. Now, please, those who are writing should be fast because we have a limited time. This is a complete staff with a brace. This is called a brace. First line of treble clef is what? E. Fifth line of treble clef is what? F. First line of bass clef is what? G. The last line is what? So we have G, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, A. We have E here. F, G, A, B, C, D, E, and F. There is something missing here. We have what we call the ledger lines. Ledger what? Lines. This is from here, we have we have the alphabet serially. G, A, B, C, D, E, F, G. Something is missing to connect with this E, and that is B and what? B, C, D. B, C, D is missing to connect with this E. Are we there? And that's why we have what we call a ledger line. Ledger line are short horizontal line added above or below the edge of a staff. It can come below, it can come above. It's used to notate pitches above or below the lines and spaces of the regular music staff. If this is A and it is on the line, if there is a note here resting on the line but not on the line, that note will be what? Will be what? B. Good. B. If there is a note here, it's not resting on the first line, which is A. That note will be what? What? D or C. Okay, take it easy. This B is on a space. Am I right? Is space. So we must have a line before another space. And that is how come we have a short horizontal line, which we call the middle C. On the keyboard, we call it the middle C. And that line is C. This is C. The one here will be D. So we can see E, C, D, E, F, and so on. This is a complete staff. Are we together? Are we together? Now, there is another important aspect we want you to understand. Please listen to this very important, because we will combine it with transcription to tonic solfa. If you don't know transcription, listen to this very well. Have you seen the first line of treble clef is E? Am I right? The third space of bass clef is also E. Okay? If there is a E on key E, if there is a E on key E, whether key E or key E flat, anywhere you find E, first space, fourth space, third space, and wherever is do. Are we following? I should repeat. Let's assume this is a E, and this E is key E. Is key E. Do of this E is here. This is do. This is do. This is do. Anywhere you find E is do on key E. And if it is key F, the same thing applies to other keys. Somebody is sleeping. The same thing applies to other keys. If this is key F, this first space becomes your do. This becomes another do. This becomes another do. Are we following? If this is do, what is this? Re. If this is re, what is this? Are you getting it? Somebody asked a question why he cannot tune a hymn correctly. I hope you are paying attention because we will get there. If this is key A, if this is key A, do is here. Sing with me. Do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti, do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti, do, re, mi, fa. And so on. Ask question, please. Ask question. This is a very important aspect of reading, especially for choir masters, because you need to have an staff. And if you don't know this, now we want to quickly move to musical notes and their values, because Anagi A, B, C, D, E, F, G. It's assumed that you have memorized them. So you have to base on this on the staff using notes. Identify the notes, and sing it. This is not a common music note. This is called the brief. The brief. I think you have the papers. We call this the brief. The value of this note is 8 what? 8 beats. We have another one. This is semi brief. The value is 4 beats. Are we together? The brief is 8 beats. Hymn books a day than Hokari Abu, church hymnary, Methodist hymn book, ancient and modern. But the common ones you find in recent textbooks is from brief. This is 8 beats. What it means is that if you find this note on any line or space of the staff, it means that note, if it is do, will be how many beats? 8 beats. Do, re, mi, and so on. Semi-brief is 4 beats. Meaning is 2 beats. Meaning is 2 beats. Do, re, mi, fa, so. Crochet is one beat. Do, re, mi, fa, so, la, and so on. Quiver is half beat. You use one beat to sing two notes. Do, re, mi, fa, so, la, te, do. Do, re, mi, fa, so, la, te, do. Are we together? Semi-quiver is quarter beat. You use one beat to sing how many notes? Four notes. Do, re, mi, fa, do, re, mi, fa, 1, 2, 3, 4. Do, re, 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 mi, mi, fa, so, la, 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 and so on. Are we following? Oh, and not the may somehow. They say it's exam, but a man there. I will write a hymn on the board. I will just compose a hymn now with what you have done. Mama and got there. But before then, let me explain it again. What we are saying is that we have learned about the 5 lines and the 4 spaces, but it doesn't end there. It doesn't end there. There are notes, musical notes, that will be written on those lines and spaces. And these are the notes we are discussing now. The brief, the semi-brief, the mini, the crochet, the quiver, and the quiver, quarter beat. Ila labor, you will find 3 beats. The guy has 6. Even 5, you will find. Why? The reason is that we have what we call the dotted notes. If there is a dot beside this semi-brief, what does that dot mean? What does the dot mean? Dotted notes are notes with a dot written after. A dot increases the length of a note by half of its value. In other words, if a basic note lasts for 1 beat, the corresponding dot beat lasts for 1.5 beats. Somebody said yes. And not when you are late. We believe no economy they are late. Okay. If there is a dot here, you know how many beats? Eh? I don't know, 3.5, no 3. 3 beats, good. If there is a dot here, eh? 3/8. Okay? No, 1/8. 1/8. 1/8. Yes. Are we getting it? I'm going to compose a hymn now. Gagoya and sofa. Look at it very well. Key F. What is the value of this note? This note again, half beat, that is quiver. Half plus half, 1. What is the value of this one? 1 beat, that is crotchet. Crotchet, crotchet, crotchet. We know how many crotchets? 3 plus 1, 4. What is the value of this note? 2. Meaning 2 plus 2 is another bar. What is the value of this one? What is the value? 2 beats. You can put 2. Yeah, again 4. Now I say if this is the F, a formula OF more line more space becomes do of that hymn. And first space of treble clef is what? Is what? Right. First space treble clef or F. First line or second space or treble clef. A.
Third line. What is third line? What is third line? Treble clef. Third line, treble clef. Yes. Third line, treble clef. What is it? Fifth line, treble clef. Okay. F. Good. Second space, treble clef. Third line, again. Third space. Okay. What we are saying is, now this is a hymn. Even more, I don't know the song.
But yeah, but staff is staff everywhere in the world. Who can sing this hymn now? Taking note of the music notes, their value, the lines, the spaces. Remember. Very good. Where my
Nearly. You must have before. You must have before. You must only sober before. From this station. I said I'm my name must have. Okay, yes, some other person come and try. I tried media government point. Only a sinner gonna be a set up mayor point. Or go to you by again. Yes, will you have number? You go, John. Do, mi, do, so, mi, do, re, mi, do, so, mi, fa, re, do. You may observe the value of these notes. He did not observe the value of this note. I agree with you. This is do, re, mi, do. So this one's the meaning. Yes. Mi, fa, re, do, fa. We have not treated time signature, but the note itself. The notes itself. Let them know the value of the notes. Bro, Okochi, you want to try? Okay.
Do, re, mi, do, so, mi, fa, re, do.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Here, Apple now. When you're not making
before, because you are able to interpret the staff, the notes, anywhere in the world, you can stand your feet to challenge anybody singing or boy. Like this thing, this boy grown now. If somebody wakes up tomorrow morning and quotes him wrong, as long as all the sure of what music is, you will say no. You will not accept, because he knows that this is quiver, this is quiver, this is crotchet, this is meaning, and so on. Are we following? So let us sing this hymn together.
So mi, fa, re, do. Good. Are we together? Bro, how do you do? Are we together? Okay. So somebody asked us, what is the time of this hymn? We have what we call time signature. Time signature is a musical symbol made up of two numbers.
Found at the start of a piece, just after the key signature. This is the clef. This is the key signature. And this is the time signature. 4/4. Are we following? It's not 4/4. It's not 4/4. It is out of musical terms to say 4/4 or 9/8, as the case. 4/4, because it is not a mathematical fraction. The correct thing would be 4/4. Are we following? We also have what we call the alabreve. Alabreve is defined as a musical time signature indicating 2 or 4 half notes to a bar. Alabreve, as seen in old church music hymn books, church hymnary like I mentioned, contains 1 breve or 4 meanings to a bar and sung faster 4 crotchets in a quick, common time. Alabreve suggests that a hymn is to be played in a short time. What do we mean by alabreve? Like I mentioned the other time, if we have a note The history says that in the old days, the organists then were old men and probably women who had some problem. So fed the notes that are just round, open, like the brief, and semi-brief, so that they can see it easily. Now, this is a hymn on 4/4, but you have brief here, which is 8 beats. Our brief says, you are not going to sing this note as 8 beats. It's going to be sung as a cut time. Cut time means divide it into 2. Instead of 8 beats, they now be how many beats? 2. Are we following? Because it is 4/2, that is not the reason you will see 8 beats. You sing it as 8 beats. You will see meaning, you sing it as 2 beats. You will cut it into 2. 8 becomes 4. 2 becomes, 4 becomes 2. If this is 4 and this is 2 plus 2, is it not 4? This is 2 plus 2, another 4. Many people make the mistake when they see a hymn in 4/2. You sing crotchet as crotchet. You sing crotchet half beat as crotchet. You sing brief as semi-brief. Semi-brief as me. That is what our brief is saying. Are we following? That is the reason a hymn like number 8, immortal, invisible, God only wise. Okay, no. Number 6, good. You have seen the staff is written in alabrief. 4 meanings in a bar that is supposed to be 4 beats. So alabrief says, cut each one of them into 2. Get it half. Instead of we love the place, oh Lord, where that alabrief says, we love that place, oh God. Are we following? And there is a performance instruction there in moderate time, in a common time, which means you are not going to be slow because you have found it 4/2. Because it is alabrief. Are we following? Now, what I hear you. Thank you very much. God helping us. Okay, the next is the key signature. Key signature. This is key F. But when Adrian and staff, you will not see key F. What you will see is either a sharp sign or a flat sign. We have in music about 15 keys in music. Somebody asked, no, the correct key. Go for the Allah. Go for the Allah. Good. Listen very well. Key signatures are sharp and flat accidentals placed immediately after the clef sign. Immediately after the clef sign, this is a clef sign. There is a sign here. Are we seeing it? There's a sign here. This is a key signature. After the key signature, what you find is time signature before the hymn starts. These sharps and flats affect every note on the lines or spaces they represent in a given time, in a given hymn. Like I said, we have up to 15 keys in music. The key, the kwaka key eji emepe ụzọ. Ịlarụ ugbu a, were key toilet, bịa imepe palọ. Ọ ga-emepe? Ọ ga-emepe. Ga-ewere key gate, bịa imepe kitchen. N'agbanyeghị otu agụ ji na-agụ gị, agụ ahụ ga-agụ gị ebe ahụ, because you are not using the right key. That is what this key signature represents in music. Now we have, and we say sharp or flat accidentals. This is what we mean. This is a sharp sign. This is a flat sign. When it is only one flat, like this, it is key F. Key what? Key F. One flat. When it is two, it is key B. Key B what? Key B flat. More the three flats is equal to E flat. 4 flats is equal to A flat. 5 flats is equal to G flat. One sharp is key what? Key G. One sharp will key G. 2 sharps will key D. 3 sharps will key what? A. Good. 4 sharps will key what? Key E. And so on. Now, e.g. noted the right key. Now I could get it. E.g. noted the right key. Now music. Just the first presenter explained. Natural voice tuning. The difficulty with the correct key. Ogulama, a mala keyboard sound very well. We'll get a key later. So iji nyere gị aka ma o nwee ihe ọzọ mara ebe key C dị na keyboard. Ọkwụ nwere keyboard na church. This is a keyboard. This is a keyboard. Please, all choirmasters, song handlers who are not organists, listen very well. This is a keyboard. Anyway, 2 black keys, nọkọtara ọnụ. Wee 3 nọkọtara ọnụ. Are you seeing it? Wee kwa another 2, 3, and so on. Now, the 2 black key. Now, every 2 black key is key C. Is key what? Behind every 2 black keys. On the bone. Nazuya. The white one known as the 2 black keys is key what? Key C, anywhere in the world. And every key C with the same sound. The only difference is the pitch. Do. So I don't know my key C. Remember, I said that key C, that C would be do. So a hymn like 5 3 days I spent in vanity and pride. To have so. This is the correct key. So, fa, mi, fa, so, la, so, la, so, fa, mi, la, so. The do must come at that two black key because of you see, there. No, Jide very well. When we come to the keyboard, behind the black keys is key what? Key C. And they go A, B, C, D. After key C, what will you get? D. The next white note after C is D. And all yola do na bono na key D. Do re na bono na key C. Do re na bono key C. Do re do and that told me here. Sorry. Oh no. Good. This is key C. Do. Now, royal key D. Every three black keys. The white one here will key F. There you go. Behind every three black keys is key what? Key F. And that key F, I will do now on a key F. So if you are singing a hymn like 138, what a friend we have in Jesus. This is the do. And that band be the na. So, you now from that. Mamu na wakadi yem na kawa. Una wakadi na kawa. I emo yuba. Now, you will take key F. Other keys they are easily given to get. Tune a hymn. You don't have any organist. I think I go with the one, sir. The next you will have any organist in that section. But on the keyboard, go to PC behind every two black keys. Do. Aura dono key F. Do. Aura dono key A. After F, you count to G. The next one A. Are we following? So all the very simple and many keyboards they qualify. You can hold the keys, alphabets A, B, C, D, E, A. The key is key C. Zero the key C the keyboard. Good. Jizim C on the keyboard. Na zo two black key. Nke no na na-aga. Good. Good. And so on. Now, this key for now, do na boa. Or do. Now, if this is do, ele so ya. We do from that do, zoom so. Wonderful. So you the key. So all 539 with this so forever, so. Every other part will key into that. You are singing with the right key. Anywhere in the world. Magic here. Yes.
What I understand that side was saying is that some choirmasters have only one voice. Mostly tenor. They cannot sing soprano. Go to soprano. In voice, they have only one voice.
Well, what I understand is even if you cannot sing soprano.
And we make you in this soprano in the church. With what we have done, my strike that's so one soprano there. You will take it up from there. You strike higher, only senior key, where was it? Everybody join is here. Abagawa, are we following? Yes.
Sorry, I did not explain that. Okay. I did not explain that. I will explain it now. I was just conscious of my time, but a serious oversight. I will explain.
This exercise I made now.
No. This exercise is very important to us. And to me, getting the keys is problem. I can transcribe from staff to key, but getting the key is a problem. And it says behind two black. Okay, one of them is so Swiss. Sorry, repeat this, that thing, repeat that area again. Some of us, as we are just listening, we are just flying.
What I'm saying is, behind every two black keys is key what? Key C. Behind every three black keys is key what? Key F.
The next white note will D. The next white note will E. The next white note will F. Other color A. Mahi wetara F. Gaga to G. A. Mahi wetara F. Gaga to G. The next one will A. That A becomes Do Nabuki A. From there, that was A, me, and so. Are we following? Somebody drew attention to the nature. See, the numerator 2 or 4, we have 2, we have 3, we have 4, we have 4, we have 6, 4, we have 3, 8, we have 6, 8. How many beats you have in a bar? Like this hymn now. The 4 up is trying to tell us how many crotchets do we find in each bar. And he's telling us that it is how many crotchets? 4 crotchets. It can be 8 notes. Doesn't matter. Because when you get quiver into 8, gives you how many beats? 4 beats. So the number of notes notwithstanding, what matters is how many beats do you have in a bar. And that note is brief, which is 8 beats. because this hymn is in Alabrive 4/2. The time signature is obsolete. It's no longer in use. What music says is, cut this note into 2. You get how many? 4. That is why after this you have the bar. Are you following? Another one, we have 2 notes. These 2 notes are semi-brief, which is 4 beats, 8. But because the time signature is in Alabrive 4/2, this 4 will now be 2. This 4 will be 2. You have another what? 4. You have another bar. Are we following? It is these 2. All the time signatures that has 2 as their denominator, all Alabrive. I don't know if I'm making sense. Now, the one under will tell you the value of a note that will make 1 beat. The note that will give you 1 beat in Alabrive is meaning. Is what? I don't know if I'm making sense. In Alabrive, anytime signature, number 4/3/2, the note that will give 1 beat is meaning. Each meaning gives 1 beat. Are we following? When you come to 4/4, we have 3/4, we have 4/4, 6/4. The note that will give you 1 crotchet is a crotchet. You don't need to divide, you don't need to add anything. Crotchet is crotchet when it comes to 4/4. That is why we call it a common time. It is like when you are walking. If you have one, I'm not too fast, I'm not slow. It's difficult to heal. Number 3/4 may matching. I got 4/4. So that's actually down. Thank you, sir. It's a bonus time. I've been given 10 minutes more. Now, if you are transcribing a hymn on 3/2, like this hymn now, look at this hymn now. You want to transcribe it to sol fa. This is do. It will be this. Am I right? Am I right? Now that I have 8 beats, I've reduced it to how many beats? 4 beats. Are we there? Are we there? The same thing with this. With this. Now, if this hymn is 4/4, the musical note will change. It's no longer going to be semi-brief. Brief. It will now be brief, semi-brief. Meaning. Are we following? In which case, it will still give you the same thing. That is why music tells us that 4/2 and 4/4 are just the same thing. Because this one is written in old music writing, but the current writing is 4/4. Some transcription. Are we following? But when it comes to 6/8, 9/8, 12/8, the root note that will give you a crotchet is quiver. Is what? Quiver. It is no longer crotchet. It is now a quiver. And that is why if you are transcribing a hymn that is in 6/8, and that hymn is written these are quiver. Am I there? If you are transcribing, you don't transcribe as quiver. You transcribe as crotchet, because this quiver is what gives you one crotchet in saying it. I don't know if I'm making sense. Imagine about him in Agate. Then I got Willie Ake. I'm curious. What I'm saying is 2/2, 3/2. Normally, this note is equal to 1 beat. So if you are writing it, you get there as 2 beats, you get there as one beat. You go acquire the same thing. Now 4/4, even the 1 beat is 1 crotchet. Near the 1 beat. Now 6/8, even the 1 beat is quiver note. Near the 1 beat. Are we following? Well, why? I want here in Akuzuba. We imagine more for months and years. Somebody like me started in 1996 in Benjo, Marihana, some years after. Brokoji Makwayam Neku. You build on it, wire, now Ajuju, now hope you get name comma. So I want to just explain one thing in atomic solver. That while we have a note like this as crotchet, now staff, okay? Now atomic solver, the crotchet beat sign is double dot like this. I have 1 beat. With this, we will go the 2 beats. Let's assume I have 2 beats. And it is do, it may do here. Yabro, it's all the 2 beats. You use a dash, may extend. All are 2 beats. If you have another one, this double dot here has qualified this dash, not a complete what? Beat. Then this is another one. You have a bar. Now, if it is quiver, you have 1 dot, but half it. Atomic solver. 1 dot, but half atomic solver. When you have another array, you can look another double dot to tell you now how many bits? 1 bit. Are we following? Otanka the complete now as 4 beats. Music says since 4 can be divided into 2 equal parts without any remainder, that you introduce what we call a weak bar to divide the 2. It's just like a full beat. It's a full beat. Somebody is sleeping. Okay. Taylor, don't worry. So this is tonic sulfur for you. Although quarter beat, while double dot is 1 beat, 1 dot is half beat. Comma, bogele, quarter. Then 3/4 again. Okay, na comma. Say mania. Thank God. There are other signs that you have the notes there. We have some basic dynamics in music, P, PP, FF, and so on. DS, DC. By God's grace, you take time and go through them. This is what rudiments of music is all about. If you have any question, Joe, if I have time. If I don't have time, yes.
Please, this program is being recorded both electronically and manually. Therefore, please, if you want to comment, say your name and your station.
My name is Mr. President from a farm station. I want to ask a question pertaining or concerning the key signature. You see that 1 flat, that the key signature in key F, that is 1 flat. Then I want to ask, does it mean that in the staff, that is only 1 flat will appear in the staff? I want to
as the key signature.
Yes.
You will just see 1 flat, just as we have it here. This is an example of, look at the board.
Of what we mean is just 1 flat, and you know it is key F. If it is key B flat, okay, B2. Are you clear? Okay.
Sorry.
Okay, my name is Promise Chukwemeka Okoro. I really want to thank God on this meeting of today. And by the grace of God, I've learned a lot, but I have a little contribution. I want to suggest, like this very session we are into, the music rudiments is very much important. It's true that few of us know it, but have to go in details in it. I want to ask if it will be possible, so choirmasters who have the knowledge of it, they can still go to their session and do the expansion. And also, I still want to appeal, if it will be possible, to bring out another day to go in detail. This very session is very much important. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The coordinator of the Council of Choirmasters will answer your question, so you hear from the horse's mouth. Pastor NCA.
Regarding your question, what we are doing today is just to lead you into the elementary part of rudiments. From there, you can build up. So what we are saying is, where there is interest, we agree with you, it's good to do that work. First is, if you know, within your station, get those who are interested, teach them more, up to the level you know. For the level you do not know, that's why we have written our name and number at the board. Pastor Matthew, you didn't put your name.
No, sir.
That's why we put the name and the number of each presenter. So if you take down the phone number of the presenter, as you are going through the paper you have been given and you have any difficulty anywhere, call the presenter, he will help you and give you more explanation. Regarding doing this sort of program again, it depends on as the law permits. We cannot take a decision on that. But meanwhile, the arrangement we have on ground is, as you have come, thank God, pick the number of the presenter. As you are doing your work personally, ask questions. The presenter will give you further explanation. All the presenters who are presenting, they have mastered their papers very well. From every angle you ask, they will give you explanations. Are you okay? Thank you.
Yes. I also want to add something to what Pastor Nat has said in regards to that question. My name is Brother Charles Okoji from the National Headquarters. I think this should be done at the discretion of the stations and districts. We should not look up to the National Headquarters to organize before we can do what is needful, in my own understanding. Because I remembered so many years ago, the National Headquarters people within the station, they can apply for people who will help them outside the station, not waiting for this program to be held at there. That's my view. Thank you.
So we want to call it a day as far as this. Jesus' name. Amen.
And we say, may all glory be to. That was a wonderful section. The second paper presented by Pastor MC Emmanuel.
I do easy at all. I do easy. You like said, when we started this thing, so many people, but as time goes by, many decline. How can I be doing these signs? The main signs, when you open the stuff, you understand what I'm saying. So we open it and look. They get tired and close and go. But God helping you, you'll be able to do it. Thank you very much, Pastor Matthew, for that wonderful lesson. We want to move now to, still on item number 2, the presentations. The last presentation will be on singing culture. That's the last presentation before we have a short break. I know some of us are getting tired. We'll go and refresh, not apple, like you mentioned, just little refreshment to keep us steady. Pastor Nseke, you're welcome to the stage to present the third paper.
This paper, the paper we now have is a very practical paper, and we write it with a hymn. Hymn number 3. Hymn number 3.
Your time starts now.
All the way the Lord is giving me praise, holy name. Everybody will sing. As you are singing, sit erect. Sit erect. Don't bend here, bend there, bend forward your back. Just sit erect. We are taking the first verse across. Sing as well as you know. We are now on singing culture. We are now on singing culture. Ready? All the way, my God is singing me. Praise His name. Praise His name. With His standing on nothing in me. Praise His holy name. This is my song. Jesus, Jesus, now holy God, strength and hope, prosperity and song. acceptable and peculiar ways of singing. In singing,
organs that are at play include the mouth, the eyes, the ears, the nose, the tongue, the teeth, the lips. All these are used in your teeth, your tongue, your mouth, your eyes, your face. All these are organs that are used in singing. The need for us to improve our singing culture. It is important that we should improve the way we sing because of these things we will learn now. When we come together to worship, our singing should be successful and effective. What makes it successful and effective is what we will take in the second bullet. The word of God in Ephesians 5:19 says, as we sing, we are speaking to ourselves in psalms, hymns, and spiritual songs. We are singing and making melody in our hearts to the Lord. Which means in singing, you are doing two things. One is you are singing, praising God. You are also singing, talking to ourselves. If you are singing, and I'm not hearing and understanding what you're saying, your singing is immaterial. You have not done well. Because that singing is carrying a message. And that message, you should inherit from that message. I should also benefit from that message. So long as this is not done, you have not achieved. Secondly, in Colossians 3:16, it says, let the word of Christ dwell in you richly in all wisdom, teaching and admonishing one another in psalms, hymns, and spiritual songs. Which means when we are singing, you are teaching, you are admonishing, you are encouraging, you are building somebody up just by singing. So it means that the merits of the hymn, it is good that you have learnt the rudiments of music. But after the knowledge of the rudiments, if you do not apply it in a way that I can understand what you are singing, and you can understand what I'm singing, we have not achieved our purpose. So praise God who created us for his praise. To please God who created us for his praise. That is one of the reasons we sing. Because God inhabits the praise of his people. So when you are singing, as in a congregational singing, we are doing it to please God, to please God. Sinners may be influenced and accept Christ. As people come to church, some of them may be people who are living in sin. As they come to church and they hear the singing can touch their lives. The singing can tell them where they are going wrong. There may be people who are very weak and burdened at heart when they come into the sanctuary of God, and we sing well as they hear and understand. It will influence them. Christians are brought closer to Jesus and his life-transforming power when we sing well and people understand our singing. To reap the full benefits of the power of praise in doing exploits, like when we're talking about how Faith Tabernacle Congregation originated, we mentioned that somebody received healing. Just as the person was listening to a well-rendered music, somebody who didn't used to hear before, the power of praise touched that person, and the person started to hear, and now came in. In coming in, prayer was offered. The man became healed. And we said that this is the man who even became the first presiding elder. So what we are saying is, without proper sound, as we have heard that music is organized sound. When it is organized and being rendered properly, it has an impact. Part of that impact can be healing. Part of that impact can be in changing and transforming life, to enhance the believer's joy of salvation. Salvation. When you believe in the Lord Jesus Christ, you have a particular type of joy in you. And as you sing, this joy is enhanced, it's being built up. But if you are not in the habit of singing, you can find that small things can irritate you, cause you to be quarreling, cause you to fight. If you get to certain families who are not used to singing, you will find that a lot of quarreling inside. But if you get to families where people are singing, little or no time will you find people quarreling, because that singing is enhancing the joy of salvation, the joy of salvation. There are things to avoid while we are on stage. Listen well. If you come on stage, take grace from God to make sure that you are not moving here and there. Take grace from God that you are not making noise. All this whispering to this person, whispering, is not for somebody who has come on stage. Like in your place, you may not have a stage, but you have a choir area. Those people who are in that choir area should comport themselves well. The time you are whispering, doing this, doing that, is causing distraction to those who are watching you. Those who are watching you, they are seeing your faces. The one that as the word is going on, you are listening to the word. They will be attracted to also be listening to the word. But when you talk here, you talk there, sometimes you start discussing within them, even when the message is going on. So these are things we should avoid when we're on stage. Some will sit and they will cross their legs like this. If you sit and cross your leg like this, it is a wrong singing culture. You sit erect or you stand erect. Shouting causes singing out of key. When we are singing, we are not supposed to be shouting. Shouting will cause you oftentimes to get out of the key. Singing once that as much as possible, your voice should be soft. Because when you listen to people who are singing, and you can indicate this is voice of Sister Mary, this is voice of Brother David, it means that the people are shouting. It will be difficult when we are doing good singing to indicate that this is the voice of this person or that person, because all of them will come together in what is called harmony, what is called harmony. Everything will come together. But if a woman has many children and they are all in one place, and another woman, many of them have children in one place, one child is crying, the mother of that child will identify the voice of that child because it's a voice of cry, a voice of cry. It is shouted. But if it is singing, the woman may not be able to dictate, this is the voice of my daughter, this is the voice of my son, because all of them have been blended together because they are in the right singing culture. Some people also, when they are on stage, they carry a baby on their shoulder or by their side. They carry a baby and be standing. It's not allowed. Once you're on stage, find grace with somebody who can hold your baby so that you can sing uninterruptedly. The practice of carrying baby while singing is going on is not proper as a culture in singing. These are some of the things. Also, some people, like the former presenter was talking about people sleeping. It happens. Some people will be on stage. As a chorister, you should not be sleeping, because while you are sleeping, somebody is looking at you, recording and seeing how the choir is supposed to be a special group. Once you're on stage, you be conscious that you're on stage. You don't make unnecessary movements. You don't do unnecessary whisperings. You don't sleep. You keep awake and alert. Sometimes a message can be going on by a preacher, and the choir master gives a sign for a certain hymn to be rendered to correspond with the message. If you are sleeping, if you are carried away, you may not pick it. It may not be nice for the choir master to be moving all around that time. You just give a sign, somebody will give sign to the next person. Before you know it, permission will be given by the preacher, a hymn will immediately land. This is a choir that is alert, not sleeping. To avoid stage fright, sometimes people, when they are giving a solo or a duet or a quartet, as they are singing, their body is shaking, their voice is shaking, everywhere is shaking. It should not be so. This is called stage fright. The one way to avoid it is to slow your breath. Slow your breath. When, for instance, you have come in and you are seated, you find that your breath is going high because you just a distance, so you walk from far. Cool down. You breathe in slowly. Breathe out slowly. As you do so, you slow your breath. Your tempo will come down. So that when you are now singing, you are not singing as if you are shaking or afraid because your breath has come to normalcy. Project confidence in yourself as you are singing. If you come on stage to sing, especially for those who are in the choir, don't be imagining faces of people. This person is here, that person is here, that person is here. Focus on the piece you are singing and say, as Paul said, through the grace of God, I can do all things. I can do all things. This piece that I've been asked to sing the solo, by the grace of God, I can do it. God helping me, I can do it. That confidence will help you to sing well. But when you feel inferior, when you feel this person has been in the choir before me, why did they ask me to sing? I'm not that person. That inferiority complex can cause a problem for you. See it that through Christ, you can do all things. Nothing you cannot do. Meditate to calm your mind. If, for instance, you are going to do a solo after announcement, that time that the announcement is going on, start looking at the wordings of that solo. Start looking at the wordings of that duet. Use a little time, go through it, gradually go through, so that it will be retained in your memory. Don't jump into it. At that time that they are saying the song for sermon, it's not the time for you to start opening your head. You know you are going to do a piece, which is a duet, or a solo, or a quartet, or a trio, where there are three people. Open that thing, be meditating on it, so that when the time comes, you have gone through the wordings, you have some confidence built in you, immediately you are ready to give a tonal attack. Learning and improving on our singing culture involves listening very well here, mastery of music and lyrics. Every piece has two parts. One is called the music, one is called the music. The other one is called the lyrics. It's called what? Lyrics. Lyrics simply means the wordings with which that music has been composed. So you are to master the two. If you know the music very well, and you cannot present the words in a way that it is explicit and understandable, you have not done well. Your music is excellent, but your lyrics is very poor. Part of lyrics is what is called diction. It's what is called diction. We shall come to it, which is the way you should shape your mouth and sing, and you'll be well understood. We'll go little by little. So we have talked about the music, which is what we have learned now regarding the rudiments. A note, how long it should be, how high it should be, how low it should be, and all that and all that. All those are part of the rudiments. But the lyrics, which is the wordings, is so important because of what we read from the scripture. The scripture says, as we sing, we are admonishing one another. We are admonishing one another. One of our hymns says, that means you, brother, that means you. As you're singing, that means you. That you are saying is referring to me. Me saying, that means you is referring to you. So, because you are singing, that means you, brother, that means you, me. I will know that this word means for me. The one I'm singing means for you. That is what the word says, admonishing one another. It goes on to say, our facial expression is important in music. The face should be cheery and lively. Some people make the mistake as they sing, they are laughing. That is not what singing culture says. If I want to sing now, I will say, Adaway, my Lord. That is not singing. The face should be cheery. The face should be lively. The face should have expression. I will just put a little smile on. Oh, that way, my Lord is leading. Praise His name. Praise His name. It's not the same way. On our way, all your teeth will come out. It's not, that is, you are laughing. That's another thing. Has nothing to do with the music. Your face should be cheery. Your face should be lively. Your face should not be like somebody who is sleeping. All the way. What sort of singing is that? The face should be communicating something. Okay, let's go on. Maybe we meet it somewhere else. Let's move according to what we have. It says here posture, the sitting and the standing. Okay, let's do a little sketch here. There are normally two positions while you are singing. In church. In house, somebody can be lying down and singing. It's a different thing. Because that one is unofficial. The official one is when we come together in an assembly. If you are sitting, watch what I am drawing. Assuming that this is a chair. This is my head or your head. This is my neck or your neck. My shoulder or your shoulder. Your belly, tummy is here. You have your legs coming like this. If you watch what I have drawn, it means somebody who is sitting erect. Sitting erect. Look at this, my beloved brother. You see how he's sitting. He's sitting erect, but he tilted one side. But he tried. So when you are sitting, let your buttocks go in a bit, your head erect. Don't sit like this, or like this, or like this, or like this. Or bend. No, just sit erect. Then, if you are standing, this is my head or your head. Watch what is happening. This is my head or your head. This is my neck. This is my shoulder and body coming down, coming down, coming down. Yes. Okay. There is another man who is standing like this. This is his head. There's another man who is standing like this. Are we seeing something? Or some will put their hand in their pocket when they are saying, that is very wrong culture. When you are standing, you stand like this man. You stand erect. But don't walk your legs together like this. Give yourself a balance. It can be little left, maybe your left leg little forward, or your right leg a little forward. So that nothing should make you to be shaky. You should be firm on the ground as you're singing. That is the posture for singing. As you're sitting, sitting erect. As you're standing erect. When you bend like this or bend like that, what you are using to sing is wave, breath that has gone into you. Inhaled. Then as you are singing, you are exhaling, bringing it out. Every pipe that has corners is reducing the pressure of the liquid that is going through it. So when you bend like this or bend like this, it's affecting the flow of that wave. But when you stand erect, it comes as against when you are bent. Even when you want to do a serious rendition, you will see that standing is often best. Because when you are seated, there are some curves that the wave will pass through. That's why when you want to, if you watch most times the choir, when they want to sing, they stand up. Congregation, when we want to sing, they stand up. Because in standing, the wave will just go and come out giving a good sound. Are we following? Let's be moving. We are time constrained. The other one is telling us about breathing. Inhalation and exhalation are the two things we use as we are singing. As we move on, we'll treat it better down this line. The next is diction. Diction is distinct vowel sounds by correct mouth shape and articulation using the teeth, the lips, the jaw, the tongue, and mouth, first and last letter syllable articulation. Let me break down what I have said now, what has been said here. First of all, as you want to sing, the correct shape of the mouth is O. Is what? There are two ways. One time when we were learning under a certain music teacher, he told us, each time you want to sing, especially the vowel sounds, all the alphabets in English, there are how many letters? 26. How many? 5 of them are called vowels. They are called what? Remember, I didn't say vowel. Vowel. I called it vowels. I say what? Vowels. Okay. Those vowels are A, E, I, U. And it is said that every word, whether Igbo or English, has a vowel, It is the vowel that gives the sound that you should produce. The vowel determines the sound. Now, in singing distinctly, which is what we are learning here, your diction should be distinct. All the mouth shape should be articulated in a way to produce the correct sound, sound. The teeth will be on duty. The lips will be on duty. The jaw here will be on duty, moving up and down. The tongue will be on duty. The first letter and the last letter of every word will be distinct. Listen now, let's go back to our root hymn, which was Praise His Name. Let us take just the chorus for our time. Hallelujah, this is my song. Some other person can say, hallelujah, this is my song, this is my... Have you seen the difference? Before I say I open my jaw. Did you notice it? Hallelujah, this is my song. Jesus, Jesus, God, oh, day long, swell thy chorus mighty and strong. Praise His holy. Everybody ready? Chorus. Go.
Hallelujah, this is my song. Jesus, Jesus, thy holy Lord, swear thy chorus mighty and strong. Praise His holy name. We will take an Igbo piece. Turn to your FTH 830.
If you have it, we just take the chorus. The chorus says, Ala nke na-enweghị mgbachi, ala nke ihe ya dị mgbe dum. Ha na-agwa m banyere ụlọ na-enweghị ebili, banyere ụbọchị nke na-enweghị mgbachi. That is the chorus. Ala nke na-enweghị mgbachi, ala nke ihe ya dị mgbe dum. Ha na-agwa m banyere ụlọ na-enweghị ebili, banyere ụbọchị nke na-enweghị... Everybody ready? Chorus.
Listen. Some said, that's wrong. I said the job is our duty. You see how I did my mouth? Everybody, again, again.
ọlọ́kẹ́ na-enwe ọchị ọlọ́kẹ́ ihe ya dị elu dị ede. That's no singing. Ihe ya dị elu agbambayero na-enwe ebibi bayero ụbọchị nke na-enwe mba. Everybody, na-enwe machi ihe ya ime whether I have a hymn book, I don't have a hymn book. This hymn we read that now, I have had it. I understood.
Don't mix up your dialect with Union Igbo. For any hymn you are singing in Igbo, some people call Olo, some people call Oyo. When it comes to music, we are using what is called Union Igbo. Union Igbo says Udi-o, Ulo. So you don't say Alake Newe Bachi. Okay, it's in the verse, in the line 1. Hana wamba yero lo dinove. No, it is Hana wamba yero lo dinove iwe. Hana wamba yero lo dinove. Hana wamba yero lo newe ebibi. Ha yeru bochi kene we machi. Does it make any sense what you are saying? If you paid attention, you will see that both the first letter and the last letter of all those hymns, we try to mention them, like even the chorus. Hallelujah, this is my song, Jesus. You don't say, Jesus, Jesus, I know the Lord said, that chorus might. Wrong, totally wrong in singing church. You take this from God to make sure that all the words, they are coming out distinctly the first and the last. Yes. Then the third quality says, avoid staggered beginnings. As you start take grace from God, make sure that the time that everybody is starting should be one time. As choir conductors, as choirmasters, as song handlers, train your people to start every music the same time, not staggered beginning, like the hymn we just read now. On my way, my Lord is, that's all. Everybody in the group should start the same time, all. Not all that somebody is rising up, picking his book from here. Praise his name. No. The same time. That is why we have the introduction that is done on the keyboard. That's why we encourage our branches to have keyboard. During that time, what is done is called breath recovery. When that instrument is introducing the hymn, what you should be doing, you are recovering your breath. You take in, you take out. That time that you are going to start, because you have inhaled a lot of air inside you. As you are singing, you are releasing the air small, small. Time for inhalation, very short. The time for exhalation, to remove the air, very long. We hold it on. So at the point where we have a strong bar, we have heard about strong bar here, we have what is called a tonal attack. Some hymns start with strong bar. Those ones are called primary beginnings. Some hymns start with a weak or a medium bar. In such a case, it is a secondary beginning. You can start that hymn and take a catch breath in order to move forward. The one that starts primary beginning, you have to strike with a tone. The tone comes strong at the beginning. Those are some of the things that we make for good singing culture. Be relaxed when you are singing. Be confident. Be careful. Be attentive. Be distinct and mentally alert. Mentally alert. We also need to remind ourselves things to know about your state of mind and mental disposition while you are singing. Singing should be done in an atmosphere free from fear and insecurity. People should feel free when they come to the service. Don't be in a hurry. Don't be worrying your mind about this, about that. Some people will stay in church. They remember that they wash their clothes and let them outside, and the weather has changed. Their mind will go to that rain will fall on the clothes they left. My dear, such things are called distractions in worship. If you remember that you didn't lock the door of your house, if you remember that you didn't send in your clothes and the weather has changed, what do you do? I ask it as a question. What do you do? What do you do? Somebody? What?
Very simple. Bow your head and say, Father, I am sorry that I was not careful. Take care of my house. I forgot to lock the door. I even forgot to do this. I forgot to do that. I forgot to set my things inside. God, take care of it. Immediately you do that short prayer, forget it, and continue.
Our atmosphere for worship should be free from fear, free from insecurity. Don't be remembering anything outside. Sometimes some members of the family are sick and afflicted. It can be very disturbing. The moment you come into the sanctuary of God, you bow your head small and say, Father, this is my wife, this is my husband, this is my daughter, this is my son. I left him, I left her sick and afflicted. I know you are in control, and by the time I will get back, he will be well, she will. Father, I thank you. You continue. Don't be remembering those things, and your mind will be there. That is wrong singing culture. Wrong singing culture. The atmosphere is full of love and unity. Every choir should be like a team. A football team, they are like friends. Everybody hugging itself, everybody happy with each other. Not where people have things in their hearts against the other. Any problem you have with anybody, Jesus Christ told us what to do. Can you remember it? Raise your hand and tell us. What did Jesus say? I have something in heart against Brother Obin and Joko, or he has against.
The Master Jesus said we should do. If you know it, raise your hand. Brother. Before the issue of forgiving, have you thought first? Forgiving should come after now. What the Master said is, go to that person. That person you have something in your heart against, go to that person. Make peace with that person. If it fails, take somebody and go with it.
If it fails, tell it to the pastor. Have we made it in the Bible before? That's what. Instead of having quarrel with somebody, if somebody comes to a seat where you're seated, you want to change to another seat. That is no singing. Because first of all, your heart is already polluted, and it is only the pure in heart that shall see God. So your heart has to be pure all the time. He tells us of no need to be shy or nervous when we come to the issue of singing. We should have a free and relaxed mind. We should have an atmosphere that is well ventilated. Some people may have a building where the roof is not high. Many people do not know. There are two major reasons why we make a church building to be high. One reason is because God wants that if you come into a sanctuary of God, you should see that you are small. You should see that you are small. You are very small. So that is the first reason why architects make the building of a church to be high. Once you come in, look at where the roof is. Look at where I am. Who am I? I'm nothing. Look at it. But if you make the roof to be, somebody will come in and make like this is the roof. You will be walking like this, thinking that it's too big. No! One reason is to have the roof to be high, so you know that you are small. The other second reason why it is made to be as large as it is for you to be able to understand that there is need for air and ventilation in a house of God. It's a house of gathering. Many people come together. You are breathing in and breathing out, and breathing in, breathing out. Everybody breathing in and out. That air that is being produced is hot. So once there is a height, the hot air travels up, the cold air comes down. There is a cyclic movement that is going on while we are all breathing. Are we following? Don't worry, Satan is defeated. So while the cyclic movement is going on, the breathing that I'm breathing out and the one you're breathing out, because our roof is high, the hot air we are breathing is going up, cold air is coming down. From the windows, air is coming everywhere, it's well ventilated. So you can breathe well in and out. If you have a church that is low in roof, help yourself by keeping the windows and the doors open so that enough air can be coming in and making exchange with the cold coming in and the hot going out. This is very important for every singer. Let us also take this from God to be sure that we free ourselves from imaginations of any sort when we are singing. We should make sure that our minds are relaxed. We should prepare thoroughly before performance. We should also understand one thing. What you want to say now is very important. There is no perfect singer, no perfect singer. That somebody makes a mistake while singing is natural. Don't because somebody made a mistake, you stop singing. Some people are so allergic to wrong tones. Somebody made a small mistake. Maybe somebody singing so they makes a mistake. The other people will close their mouth and be frowning their face. Look at. I wanted to sing this thing, and the choirmaster didn't give it to me, gave it to her. Look at what she's doing now. That is a wrong attitude, wrong singing culture. If anybody makes mistake, take it kindly. Say to yourself, I also make mistake. I also make a mistake. By the way, if a part of you is doing duets, you, the supporting one, should be praying for that, and you should also be following that. Once there's a little mistake, you pick it up. Sometimes it happened in national headquarters. Somebody was singing. I don't know what happened to the person. I see the person was, wanting to be weary. The other person picked up the hymn immediately and continued. The people who were listening didn't know what happened. This is what it should be in a choir. Everybody should be at alert. Once there's any challenge, anybody takes over. You must have a genuine love for music and enjoy singing in all circumstances. This is for every singer or chorister. Every time let there be this love for singing. You are in the car, be singing. Okay. It's all right. When you're in the car, you're singing. When you are in the church, you are singing. In the home, you are singing. In the kitchen, you are singing. Only when you are dishing food or when you are putting ingredients into the soup, make sure you are not singing. So at the time you are doing anything that has to do with the food, make sure you are not singing, because at that time saliva can jump out into the pot, and that is wrong. So make sure that you can be singing at all other times when you are doing preparations, when you are doing washing, things like this, you can be singing. This is part of what all of us should learn to do. Singing should be seen as a hobby and therefore done naturally. Expression of words and feelings have to be emphasized in singing. Quickly, let us look at hymn number 572. Hymn 572. Look at it. There's something we want to show us there. 572. Do we have it? Okay. Hymn, if you look at it well, the signature is 6/8. You see, this hymn is 6/8. And by its composition, it should be going fast. But look at the lyrics. If you look at the lyrics, you see that there is something that we are being taught here. The words, the feelings of a hymn should be emphasized in the singing. Here says, Jesus my Lord, to I cry. Unless me, I must. Oh, bring thy free salvation nigh and take me as I. Take me as like a prayer. Come to the verse 2. Helpless I am and full of guilt. But yet for me thy blood was spilled. And thou canst make me what thou wilt, and take me as I am. Take me as I am. For a piece like this, if you say, Jesus, my Lord, to thee I cry, your name, that will be a wrong rendition, because you brought in the feeling, you have not brought in the lyrics. This is a plea. Jesus, my Lord, to thee I cry, to thee I cry. You are pleading with God. You are begging God. The way that I am, I'm not worthy. Please take me as I am. In that case, because of expression of feeling, because of expression of the lyrics, this particular hymn can be rendered correctly without minding the 6/8 here. You can now say, Jesus, my Lord, to thee I cry, your ness, thou help me, I must die. Oh, take thy free salvation nigh, oh, take me as I am. Don't argue with a choirmaster who tells you, because it's 6/8, sing, Jesus, my to thee I cry. Don't quarrel with us. Please take up the matter later. That's why we are giving phone numbers. Call the choirmaster and talk to the choirmaster. Please, there are things that are moderated because of the lyrics. We come lower. We make sure that we are expressing what the composer has written. Though the 6/8 is there as a matter of music, but because of what we read in the Bible says we should be talking to one another, admonishing one another in psalms, hymns, and spiritual songs, songs. Don't close your eyes to the wordings of the hymn and say, because music says it's a. No. When the composer and the author have given you something that needs for you to present a piece as a plea, as a prayer, is just remaining only 2,000 to complete that thing. Please, Daddy, can you just give me another 2,000? That is a plea. A foolish boy can say, Daddy, I need 2,000. Please give me 2,000. Is that a wise son? No. That's what we are saying. When it comes to the lyrics of the hymn, organist, choirmaster, singer, everybody, please use the divine element to moderate. Don't insist on equipment. Equipment is equipment. Keyboard, all these, they are all equipment. God is after our voice. So let us make sure that we do it correctly in such cases. Every singer has his or her natural voice, and none should try to imitate another's voice. Try to imitate another's voice. Your voice is 100% good. Use the natural voice. Practices in singing should be done persistently to develop the confidence for natural singing. Always know when to use your head voice and chest voice. Head voice is the higher vocal register used in singing that produces high-pitched, brighter note tones, while the chest voice is the lower register. Here, if you take a hymn like hymn number 93, Hosanna to Jesus, sometimes we feel pity for people who are singing without a head voice in a hymn like number 93, especially when it goes to the chorus. You see the voice shaking. At that point, that is the time to use the voice, to use the head voice. At that point, once you switch over from chest to head voice, you will see that it will still be flowing. It will still be flowing as if the person didn't go to a high pitch. By the grace of God, we have another lesson down here, we shall mention it, which is voice training. In that area, we are trained how to move from chest to head voice in voice training, so that by the grace of God, learning it, we will now be able to transmit into head whenever the notes are very high. Any normal person who can talk, call it distinctly clear, giving attention to the vowel. Whether it is in Igbo or in English, emphasize the vowel. That's what will help you to produce a correct sound. Then interpreting of the rhythms, which means singing every music with its correct beating or pulse measure. Teaching sessions should emphasize these two. The wordings, to make sure you pronounce them distinctly. The movement with it should also be made very clear. Most hymns go in cycles, twos or threes. You saw our former presenter was mentioning 3Ds, 6Ds, 12Ds, 9Ds, 4Ds, 2Ds. All these are showing us that all the time the hymn is going either in twos or in threes or in threes. It's either 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, or 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Even the organists who know to interpret rhythms, they do better playing than those who don't know. Once you know, you keep to a cycle, you keep moving according to the cycle. Only performance instructions can change and say the dynamics should go left, go right, go forward, go back. That's only instruction. Besides, everything should go in cycles, in twos and threes from beginning to the end. That is the beauty that is added to a good singing culture. Singing must be done cheerfully and joyously without the slightest sprinkling on the forehead or frowning. We talked about it before. As much as possible, make sure that your face is cheery while you are singing. Brighten your face, but don't be laughing. And don't wrinkle your forehead or frown. Singing things like explaining explaining the meaning of the hymn, listening to piano, memorizing songs, breathing exercises. All these can be put into a singing session to make it more interesting. We should not be tired of learning any piece. Some pieces are difficult, some are easy. Some are long, some are short. If you are a good choir master, if you introduce a difficult piece and people learn it first time, second time, third time, and they're getting tired, stop a bit. Tell them that we shall come back to it. You bring one other simple one and blow up their interest. You learn one short and simple one. After, you go back to that intricate one. Little by little, you catch it. But if you are insisting that that one must be done first, some members of the choir may get frightened and stop coming. When they finish learning that one and you start coming, that's a wrong attitude, and the choir conductor should be able to correct that, making sure that you can introduce things that cause the people to feel at home and still go on with you until you overcome that difficult one. Basic things to know about your breathing while singing. Breathing for living is different from breathing for singing. What is the main difference? Breathing for singing and breathing for living. If you know, raise your hand. What is the main difference? Breathing for singing is different from breathing for living. Who knows the answer? Okay, the pastor there.
I think when breathing for living, you breathe somehow heavily than when you are breathing while singing. You breathe very slow so that the breeze will not, if you are using mic, the breeze coming out from your nose will not enter.
Your own volition, any style you want. When breathing is systematic.
Okay, let's break it down. When you are breathing for living,
I can shut my mouth and be breathing. But in singing, the breathing is from the nose and from the mouth. From the nose and from properly, with a correct shape, as we said, and you are also taking in air from the nose. But at the same time, you are making sure somebody was trying to say something, but said it in a different way. The time you breath when you are singing is the shortest possible time. Shortest possible time. The time you release the air, which is called exhalation, during singing, is the longest possible time, longest possible time. Which means while you are singing, it's what is called here, they call the catch breathing, catch breathing. While you are singing, at certain points, you will take a very little and still breath, catch breath. And that breath you have will help you to sustain some part of the hymn, the phrase, for some long time. Let me take a hymn like, even the one we talked about. Hope, hope, you see what I did? Hope. Because it's a secondary beginning, it didn't start with a strong accent. If you want to sing it well, it's on 6. Hope, hope, Zara to Jesus. You see what I did? Savior and King. Within that time, little time that you stole the breath, it helped you to maintain the quality of the voice. As against somebody who says, oh, Jesus, I say, yeah, the best truth. If you have stolen breath, even at that secondary beginning, it will help you to draw it. And the singing will just be flowing. No place that there will be gallops in your singing. No need. Because everything is having enough of air to move on. There is a part of the body that is called the diaphragm. The diaphragm is between the chest and the abdomen. That is the place that the air that we breathe in goes into, and that is the place that releases the air. It helps us, as we read this paper, it will help you to understand more. Oh, okay. Thank you very much. Yes. The catch breathing is to help us to be able to take a fast breath and also to be able to give a tonal attack when there is a need to do so, because the composer sometimes will prepare the wordings in such a way that at some point they want some words they want emphasized. The words they want emphasized, they will put them on strong bars. So if you know them and you observe them, it will now communicate, because that's what we are saying. Singing that is not doing what you have read in Ephesians 5:19, it's not doing what you have read in Colossians 3:16, it's not proper singing. Because singing should be giving some message, and that message should be properly transmitted to his listener. So what we are saying is, what will make it possible is if you have all this culture that we are mentioning. We've talked about breath recovery, which is the time that after a verse, it's not for fun that the organ is doing a short symphony before we go to verse 2, before we go to verse 3. That time that the organist is doing that thing, it is called a time of breath recovery, a time of breath recovery. You use it and recover some breath. What do you do as you're seated or as you're standing? As you breathe in through the mouth, through the nose, immediately he gives you the lead to go into the next verse. Your diaphragm is full of air and you can now move in. If it's the next verse that is, for Jesus is because you have recovered your breath within that time that the organ player was helping you to recover the breath. So these are some of the little things we call singing culture. Singing culture. You learn it, you keep doing it, you keep learning. Don't be staying idle when the organist is doing those intros. Don't be staying idle. Use that time to recover your breath so that you'll be able to sing better. Points to know about your posture and physical disposition. We've talked about that. You can still read it more. You should not be bending backwards or forwards. Head position should be erect. Legs should not be locked together. Shoulders should be level and allowed to relax downwards. There's a point we forgot to mention, and that is the area where we talked about diction. Please, there is a book which the Council of Choirmasters produced in the year 2014. That's when this book was produced, to the glory of God. And that book is called Faith Tabernacle Congregation Music Handbook. Please, I believe we still have some copies at the time. Thank you very much. At the time that this book was published, it was being sold for 500 naira. Till today, our authorities say keep selling it 500 naira so that our people will be helped to acquire this book. If you are a choir conductor, you are a choir master, you are a song handler, you are an organist, and you don't have this book, please try to get a copy of it. It's still 500 naira to make sure that you can read more. If you go to pages 35 to 39 of this handbook, you will see many words that are written, both vowels and consonants, that are showing you how to pronounce words properly. That is where you will see that you should not say "come," you should say "come." You should say what? "Come." That is where you will see that you will not say praise. You will say praise. You will say what? Praise. You will see from there that you should say Jesus. Jesus, not Jesus. As if you are mumbling it. Jesus. That's where you also see that while you are singing, there are certain words, something like riches. Riches. Instead of just saying riches, as in spoken word, you say riches in order to have a better sound. So many words they are contained in those pages. By the grace of God, if you look at that place, you will see many, many more of them. I'm working to meet up with our time by the grace of God. We've talked about the issue of the diction. We're also referring our attention to another very important aspect, which is ear training. Ear training. A good singer must cultivate sensitivity to sounds, voices, and their characteristics. You should be able, as you are singing, to be listening to the other part, to the other person. That is what will help you to know that you have veered off the key. Then you soften. Before you know it, you pick up again. The keyboard is an accompaniment. It's helping you. If you listen very well, all to tenor bass, especially if the organist is a good one, you can pick your part from there again and continue, rather than continuing with your wrong key and moving on and damage the whole thing. So our ears should be very alert. Every sound we hear has 4 characteristics. We thank God. Our presenter last discussed on them. The pitch, the volume, the quality, the duration. All these are parts of what we should know so that we know when to apply what. Then this also the distinction which distinguishes the sound of a violin from the sound of a trumpet. We gave a little example the other time that if a woman is a wise woman, if there are many children and the daughter or the son is crying, he can dictate, this is my son's voice, this is my daughter's voice. You get up and go and give that child because he's able to distinguish the timbre and quality of the voice one to another. That is a good characteristic of a singer or a choirmaster or a song handler. Learn to listen to sounds and distinguish between them. Voice training. This voice training, we have exercises that are contained in pages 25 to 42 in our music handbook. From page 25 to page 42. They gave exercises, and our choirmasters, song handlers, and organists, please go to these places. There are practical examples what we should do to help train our voice. From time to time, we have gone through it in the exercises given. The one you should do spreading your hands, the one you should do in breathing, the one you should do in sight, the one you should do in very many other areas. They gave them there. Read them thoroughly. If you have questions, call any of the presenters. They will help you to decode whatever confusion you're having. So that from there, you'll be able to help your members in the training of the voice. And it involves consistent practice. Some people do not know that music is a very serious thing. It's a very serious thing. Some of the time, even in the morning, you should be able to stand in the mirror and tell yourself, let me see how I'm singing. Am I really doing the correct thing that they taught us today? You come to the mirror and look at yourself. You will look and see that what you are doing is, all the way my Lord is leading in praises. You say, no, I'm not getting it. This mirror is telling me that I'm not getting it. That day that you went for the training, I watched the presenter, how he was doing it. Then you do it again. Stand on the mirror, you look at yourself. Oh, you see, you're not. Oh, the way my Lord is leading me, praise his name. You do it today, next day you do it, another day you do it. Before you know it, you get used to it. You cannot even do the wrong one again because you have trained yourself to do the right one, But you have to practice it. It's not a matter of we have come to church, we sing and go, sing and go. No, bring out time. Even after the exercises, you still need to go home and keep practicing and practicing. How some people think that here I can tear. They say I will open my mouth and here will tear. I say it will never tear. It will never tear. God put an organ here where it is called the jaw. This organ is so fashioned that as you are moving it like this, up and down, up and down, up and down, if you open it 1,000 times, it makes no difference. It will just be working. So once you get that practice, it becomes very easy for you to sing well. I'm told that I have a few minutes from what I've told you. So if you have any question at this point, let me take the question. Yes, sir.
My question is from ear training.
Ear training, okay.
Maybe when your choristers are singing and one person, when singing, the person may be out of key.
Yeah.
What will you do to correct that person? Because maybe you have tried to teach the person how to sing, but the person refuses to understand.
Okay, very good. Very good question. Please, let us all pay attention. That is why we have people who are conducting choirs. Each choir that is practicing or presenting, there has to be a conductor. And that conductor, his duty is to make sure that the choir does good and excellent performance, so that those who are consuming will be happy. So the conductor will be watching, even during training sessions. Teach them some signs you will give them. In one station where we were, when our people are singing, and I come to the front and I look, I do something like this. Everybody knows that it means writing up. Do what? Writing. Before you know it, everybody will change. Then there's how somebody will be singing, and you watch what I'm going to do. You are not going to embarrass the person. You go very close to the person. You have pointed at the person, you make her like this. The person you have already told them in the training session, in the practice, anytime you see me come close to you and make like this, what it means, I have noticed that your voice is going out. Come low, come low. Immediately the person will react. So that's a good way, one of the ways. Other choirmasters can have ways that they will have to change some things. But this is one good way. One good why this is good is no embarrassment is caused anybody, and people do not even know what has happened. But you, the conductor, you have seen somebody, voice is going out. It can even be in a duet or in a trial. You see one of them is singing something off. You simply immediately go near and immediately the person will come. Okay, any other question? Okay, somebody.
There's somebody there.
Good afternoon, pastors and members.
Just go to your question, we have little time.
Sir, I want to ask, breathtaking, is it dependent on the time signature of the music? For example, the songs you've been singing there, I can deduce that you are taking your breath on the strong bass.
On the strong bass, yes. On the strong bass.
Okay. And it could be
because the strong bar divides every piece in parts. And once you see a strong bar, it means this is the parts of this music.
Okay, if I have the capacity to extend my breathing to
the
next
wonderful.
It's still perfect, right?
Perfectly okay. If you can sustain your breath, 2 bars, 3 bars, even if it's a 12/8, go ahead. But let there be no fluctuations. If you go, and you find that because you are unable to take a breath, it will go down at some point, that will be wrong. You are spoiling the music.
My second question.
Yes.
There are stations and districts where the choirmaster or the senior choirmaster does not have a proper voice to train the members, and maybe they have refused to retire or allow the younger ones to take over. What would you suggest?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. That's a good question. Please.
All of us should pay attention. We have a church, and a church is a body of Christ. And we have what is called divine order in the church. We have our pastors, we have even hierarchies among the pastors. Everybody is taking his place under divine order. Under divine order. Nobody will jump across and do anything contrary. So what we do is the elders agree and decided that there should be a council of choirmasters. If you go to the constitution of the church, it is clearly written. This body, their work is to help the church in everything that concerns music, music. Now, if you have such a challenge, there is a choirmaster. He is not doing well. He has also refused to give way. Let us do it in the proper way. 1, if the pastor himself has discovered that this man is not doing well, the pastor could be used to tell him, sorry, I can see you are trying. And God bless you, you have tried all these many years. But sorry, we want to try another person. pastor has full authority to make that change. Are you following, brother? Then there can be a situation where a pastor is not so interested in music. If you people are singing well, a concern on that. He's not singing well, a concern on that. He's going to come to church to sing. Anyhow you sing, okay. If you have such a pastor, he may not be interested that this person is doing well or not doing well. In that case, use the National Council of Choirmasters, the body that the church has directed to help music matters. If you report such a matter, they will maturely know how to approach the particular person concerned in a way that he will not be offended. Because there's a way you can handle it. Okay, I come out, that will be wrong. The person will be properly handled. I believe the Council of Choirmasters will always be allowed to the duty to handle things. I think we are done. Let's have only two more. There's this Papa here who has not said anything. Let's
After this, one more behind, and we call it a
Okay.
So did you give me a list extra minute, like you gave my brother? Okay. I finished the extra minute. I'm free to go. Okay. You are my organ. Organ ask.
Ajụjụ m bụ o kwesịrị mgbe onye kọrịta nọ na-agụ abụ nwata ihe ikisi dịrị usoro na-agụ abụ ya ewere fan na-eku oyi onye na-agụ abụ mgbe ọ nọ na-eto Chineke ọ dị mma otu a.
Well, first of all, I will say
yes and no. Why do I say yes and no? Are you listening? I said yes and no. The rule says that the place must be well ventilated. That is the rule. If you have not ventilated the place well and somebody is suffocating, it's against the law of singing for the person to continue singing under suffocation. That is the reason I said yes and no. So if the church can introduce a fan to help them, let's put a fan and help them. Even if it's a standing fan, it will still be helping to further ventilate the place. Some places are so well ventilated that without mechanical means, like fans and so on, the breeze will be coming. For such a situation, it's not right for the person to be using fans because it will be a distraction. And so, if a place is well organized, well ventilated, the person, everybody should sing without. This is wrong practice. It's wrong practice. But what we are saying is, where the ventilation is choking, it's not going well. Rather than that man or woman suffocating, let him wisely do something. Okay. Last one now. Oh, sir, did you?
I think you want the right answer.
I am the yes, I want to seek for me here this week. I want to know why it is not necessary for a choir master to stand before the choir during service to conduct song. Because sometimes through his own face here, he controls the choir, gives some signals. Why is it that it is not necessary for the choir master to stand before the choir during service to conduct song?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. As a matter of fact, this matter has come up even in time past many years ago.
And the answer that has always been given is what I'm going to give now. When you have a choir and you have a conductor standing before the choir, attention is divided between the conductor and the choir. Attention is naturally divided. So, the Council of Choirmasters at the time, in agreement with the pastors, agreed that unless when absolutely necessary, there may not be a need for the conductor to stand in front of the choir. If a thorough work has been done, teaching done, explanations given during the training sessions, the choir can perform, let them perform unconducted. But when a conductor is standing, attention is naturally divided. Some people are watching the conductor rather than consuming the music. The people who are singing are producing a product which everybody should be feeding from, including even the conductor. But when there is a conductor standing, the conductor may be doing some gestations and some movements that some people will leave what they are listening to and be watching the conductor. And in that case, you have taken away a large portion of what that choir is doing and that conductor is also doing. Which means the congregation, which should be feeding from the message, some part of the congregation have left the message and they are watching the conductor. That is the reason that was given there. And we have seen it to be true, even sometimes because of dire need. And there is a need to conduct, like you have a large choir, people are there, all scattered. If you don't conduct such a choir, these people can be going ahead and the other people will be going below. But if somebody is standing and conducting, even the conductor is helping the people who are a bit far away. It helps. So that's why it is allowed some of the time, but not all the time, so that attention is not divided.
Yes, sir. I want to also be the last speaker, please. I have a...
Please, sir. Thank you, sir. When you were giving the lecture, you made a point of
bringing out the message of the hymn, that changes can be made on the timing in order for people to get the message.
Yes.
Where you refer to hymn number 572.
Yes.
And to God's glory, there's a wonderful coincidence. 572 and 672 both has the same time. Must I go and empty-handed?
Okay.
So are you saying that choirmasters and organists have the prerogative to mellow down the speed or the timing for people to get the message? Because sometimes we are more strict on the time and then we lose the message.
Yes. Part of what we have gotten from this training is that there is a divine element to every hymn. There is a divine element to every hymn. There is a message that is being passed. So what we are saying is, though the time signature is very important, but it should not override the divine aspects. Divine aspects, like we gave a simple example, 572 is a plea. It's a plea. Father, take me as I am. Take me as I am. Father, I cry today. You cannot be crying to the Father. You cannot be pleading with him, take me as I am, and you are saying, Jesus, my Lord, to thee. That's what we are saying. So many organists and choirmasters have understood it so. And we are saying, for those who have not understood it, by the grace of God, they will also understand it. Because of what we read in Ephesians 5:19 and in Colossians 3:16. This is the word of God concerning singing. So if our singing is not communicating the expression that has been put down by the author, it is very important for the organist, the choirmaster, to make some adjustment. So that in that case, the purpose of the words, which is the divine element, can be achieved in the singer and the listener. I think we're done.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Pastor NCAK, for that wonderful presentation.
Thank you all of you for listening.
That's paper number 3. I noted very well that area of vocal aspect. You need to open your mouth well. Another speaker said you also need to eat well. Because I say, when you open your mouth, the breeze coming in may blow you down. Thank you very much. At this point, according to our program, we've exhausted this first session. We are going to have a short break. But let me give you a tip before we go out. When we come back, we have something to learn about the choir. In fact, I will not tell you, they will tell you. We also have something to learn about discipline in the area of music. And most importantly, just like so many people are enthusiastic to know, we have something to learn about the use of the musical keyboard. The use of the musical keyboard. Those are 3 points to look into when we come back. At this point, I think it is fit. We have just a hymn, a verse, and a chorus.
We just have a short prayer now.
Okay, prayer.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, we have a short prayer to discuss for the first section before we reconvene. After the prayer, we now talk about little refreshment we have. The prayer, please.
Moderate. Pastor Ibobo Emmanuel lead us in short prayer. Also announcing that the break will be only 30 minutes. Please stand, Peter. What is 30 minutes from now? What is 30 minutes from now? Huh? Yes. Okay, 2:47. Okay, which is about quarter to 3. Eh? Okay, so please let everybody try to come back by 2:45 so that we can continue. May we rise for prayer.
Eternal King of Glory, we are thankful to you for taking preeminence and leading us peacefully and successfully to the end of the first session. We thank you for the resource persons, the powers, the wisdom, the understanding that you've given to each and every one of them, the stamina, the learners you've given us, the listening ears, so that we all could, and we have come to the successful end of this session. Thank you. We are embarking on a very brief break. Whatever that will be given to us, we pray that you will sanctify and make it for our good strength and health, and you keep us safe, so that at the end of that break, you bring us back to continue from where we have stopped. Take charge and be magnified for doing more than we are able to ask, as we ask all in Jesus' name.
Amen. Thank you. As we are standing, we are now moving out. First, the pastors and the members of the National Choirmasters Council, they are going to the conference hall, from this door to the conference hall upstairs. Every member, all of us, we go to the hall towards the other door so that we don't struggle with the doors. Pastors and members of the council to the conference hall up. You see, your books are saying, yes, sir. All the members towards the other door to the church hall to take our short meal and return back here to proceed. If you have need of the music handbook, 500 naira only, you can come and pick it. 500 naira for the music.